What is up, Booty You Too, Sapper Smokes? Mad Army Vet here, doing my evening live. I'm gonna probably keep it a little short tonight, just because I'm worn out. But yeah, I got some goodies. I got a little pan to separate my tobacco in. But yeah, I got some goodies. I got a little pan. There we go. Got this. I didn't realize it said Ranger on there, but it said I just saw the Army Vet, and it's a ashtray can, so I can empty my pipes in there. Look at that. Perfect for dumping pipes out. And I got all this at, what is it called? Daiso. It's a Japanese dollar store that just opened up off Calabria and I-10 in San Antonio. Some Woodford Reserve on ice. So, I know this is light or loaded. And if you guys see, I got a mat so you don't hear me banging on the glass. It's one of those cushion mats. I was using cardboard. Yeah, give me a second. Let me go in Discord and send it to you. I want my instant messages. Stop. Just sent it to you. What's up, bro?
Not much.
Oh, wait. I gotta take that off. What's up, bro?
Not much.
Oh, wait. I gotta take that off. Boop. Okay, now I can hear. And I don't have an echo.
Echo for a whole, like 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was because I had it. Another tab opened up. And I had my computer muted. And I had the stream going to make sure it worked.
Gotcha.
So what are you smoking on?
An H. Upman Rabolo.
I got me some 10 to midnight in this. And some Woodford Reserve pairing with it tonight.
When I'm done with this, I might put some rum and maple.
I'll turn you up. I can barely hear you. There we go. Are you frozen? Nope. I just saw you moved.
I'm just trying to figure out why I'm getting like double. I hear echo on my stuff. Do I have multiple tabs open? No.
Is it echoey now?
Test. I think it's on my end.
Okay. So, I was thinking today when I was out driving with the wife, and I was thinking how people say we motivate them. And I think people need to express that more when that happens, and at the same time, more content creators need to put out that positive vibe, that positive help me.
Energy.
Yes, energy to their subscribers to motivate them to want to do better. For example, that song that Texas did a while back, as a short, I told him, I'm like, dude, why are you not recording this and doing it? Like, putting regular content on. I'm like, you do this pretty good. And he's like, well, I'm scared. I said, the first step is just taking a leap of faith. I told him all he's got to do is like take 20 minutes out of his day every couple of days and record 4 or 5 songs and release them one at a time, and you'll always have a backup amount of songs. So if you can't do it for a couple of days, you'll have enough built up that you can release a clip without having to worry, oh, I'm gonna get behind or something. But yeah, I just thinking more content creators need to acknowledge that they can influence people. Because I noticed in the YPC, I'm new to the YTPC community, and I just noticed like some people don't give off that positive vibe.
Yeah.
And if we want this community to stick around, it needs to change. We need to provide that positive vibe. Filthy! Gotta clean my pipe. Oh, cleaning out the pipes. Oh, echo, 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 echo.
I'm trying. It's like I get it's like I'm also watching the episode.
Yeah.
Really weird, and I don't know that. But
It's technology, brother. You gotta love it.
I think after I finish the bowl, I'm going to switch to a pipe and my maple rum.
Run some rum and maple.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's filthy. Well, right now we don't have anybody in. Hopefully they'll start crawling in once they see the post on the Discord that I put.
Yeah, it could be that in the beginning. Not as fun going down.
What?
The sun is really going down behind the house.
Yeah, it's getting cool out. I like it. Hey, we got one viewer. Hi, one viewer. I guess one viewer wants to stay anonymous. Which is okay. Not everybody likes to write in the chat. Well, I got all my pipes out here that I have out here cleaned up.
Well, that's good.
Yep. Got my drying tray. There we go. Nice thin layer all spread out along that.
That's a good idea. I'm going to grab my tobacco and let it dry out.
Yeah.
For the time the cigar is ready.
Yeah, because I'm going to pack a different pipe and smoke a different tobacco first. Oh, the plug dried out. Oh well. Oh, well. Not much left, so I can smash it into pieces and smoke it over the next couple of days.
Guess not.
Did Texas join your Discord yet?
No.
He said he was going to make one because I convinced him to. I was like, dude, it's another way you'll know we go live because we post them in there.
M's also a cool place to chill.
So how's your day going?
Oh, I've just been tired most day because I ran my social battery down last night.
Yeah, but you had fun, so that's all that matters.
Oh yeah, it was loads of fun.
Who was the opening band for them?
Pierce the Veil.
I've never heard of them.
I have heard of them, but I've not heard of them before. They were actually good.
Oh, good.
And then there was the third opener. They were like a small band out of Houston.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they were trying too hard. Because they said like their show usually consists of like 50 people, and now they're opening for Blink-182.
Yeah. That's cool. Blink gave him a chance to do that.
But I couldn't. It was more of like a metal band, so I couldn't really understand what the lyrics were. Like they had some pretty bangers, like some beats, but I don't even remember the name.
It happens. Oh yeah, this is damp. Let's get that fan turned up a little bit. There we go. Got some air movement on top of it now. Got the ceiling fan going.
I just spread out maple in my stiff fingers, and it's so
delicious.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've got a caramel apple pie drying out.
Ooh.
Yeah. I haven't done this where I laid it out like this and actually let it dry. So I'm kind of interested if it's going to burn cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is a pretty hot burn and you can get tongue bite pretty easily off of it. What's his face?
Yeah, where's Bruce?
Yeah, if he pops in here, I'll go into Discord and give him a link. But, God, what's his name? I'm going to look it up in my history. Bring it up to you. Boop. 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 The Spurgeon Piper. Do you watch him?
I used to.
He's doing a summer series on Orientals.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. Yeah, these are called Orientals, right? Or aromatics. My bad.
Yeah.
I get it confused sometimes. But he said Sutliff's mango is really good. You just got to dry it out because that thing will give you tongue bite real quick.
And also gurgle a lot.
I wish it'd tell me who's watching.
On Twitch, it tells you.
Yeah. He did a review on a tropical blend. He says he got really good mango flavor and pineapple coming through with like a hint of coconut, but he's not sure if it's his mind playing tricks on him with the coconut. So
your audio is moving. Yeah, I know. I don't know how to fix it. I'm going to back out and come back in and see if that fixes it.
How you doing, Project? Everything going well for you? Oh, 88 Mike. I was a truck driver. Oh, good old 13 Bang Bang. Woo-wee! King of the battlefield. All right, here's Sapper Smokes.
And let's see the problem. Maybe it's because my volume's turned up too loud. My laptop is in a funky place.
It could just be the internet in general.
Yeah.
The last few days, I've noticed the internet's been acting a little squirrely. Yeah, I was attached to field artillery most of my career as a truck driver. I was hauling rounds to you guys.
But I was a Bravo project.
You're a what?
Well, Bravo.
A 12 Kaboom?
Are you running the chat live and you're at the same time? No.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, so you're running the chat live at the same time?
No, I got the chat live right here on my right side.
Oh. Yeah, then it's something on my end. I have no idea. Pause it. Pause. Like you use myself?
Well, you mute yourself, then you can't talk.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It's probably his end with the internet.
I mean, I'm on a laptop. This is the first time we run into this.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it's just the internet. Because I noticed it was kind of choppy that one day at CI. Hey, let me get you the link and you can come join us, Piper Man.
I'm going to go get my wireless headphones and see if that fixes it.
Okay. That should... I just sent you the link, AKJ. AKA Bruce. Here he is.
Hey.
I got a different color hat on right now.
Yes, you do.
This one is the bourbon blue and black. I can't hear you.
Oh.
Oh, now I can.
All right.
See, I think the internet's acting goofy today.
Echo. No.
Is it echoey on your end?
Yeah.
Let me.
Let me be.
Okay.
Get my
See, I think it's the internet because he's in a different state and it's cutting him in and out.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you fine. You sound a lot
It's
better.
still clipping.
What?
I can still hear it clipping.
I can't pause the stream. I'm going through StreamYard. Like I said, I think it's just the internet. Let me. Close out a couple tabs.
Maybe you got one hidden.
No, I had a bunch of tabs opened up in my browser. Let's see what the cash count for out of service is now.
How's it going, Texas?
Oh, is Texas sent in the house?
Yep.
Yeah, buddy. Did you create that Discord yet?
I also got myself some 1888 Gal rum.
Good old Woodford Reserve.
Oh, smoky.
Ooh, it's drying out nice. Well, let Zach know when you get it up, and he'll send you the link to his Discord.
The link is on my main channel, on my YouTube.
It's on his main YouTube channel. So, as of right now, today, I am officially at 55 subscribers. I'm about to meet.
Probably hit 60 by the end of the week.
Yeah, what I had for the end of my goal for the end of summer, I'm going to meet in like 2 weeks. You like my new ash can? We had this new store called Daiso. It's like a Japanese dollar store. It was $1.75 for that.
That's not bad.
No, it's an ashtray. I'm like, that's perfect for pipe.
Completely.
Nice wide open mouth to dump the pipe in. Throw your pipettes in there at the same time.
Smoking.
You cut out there for a minute.
That's right. Smoking.
Do you guys want to see it going off of mine and the clipping?
Echo.
Let me check some of my settings out real quick. All right. Does that sound a little bit better?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Awesome. I can hear you.
I turned the echo cancellation on.
Oh well, yeah, that was the issue then.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're not echoing. It was your fault.
Hey, still learning StreamYards.
Ah, yes. And
I like your lamp.
thank you.
Awesome rum vanilla.
Yes. In the classic 9B. Got to do it in the 9B. I think that's my favorite pipe. I mean, I do like the pub pipe, but the it's such a big pipe.
Yeah.
This one has a classiness to it. Oh, I'm taking it out here. So,
On most of my shows, you see me puffing on this, my custom built. I got it at an antique store.
you know, that's, I mean, you paid what, 35 or something like that?
I paid 30 for this one and 35 for the other.
You can't beat that.
No.
That is excellent.
And the condition I found this in, it just needed minimal cleaning.
There we go. Minimum cleaning is good. It's less pain in the butt. I'll be right back. Forgot it. Oh, here it is. Tamper.
Good old stamper tamper.
Ah, look at that.
So if anyone wants to know what I'm puffing on,
Yes.
some good old Warhorse Bar.
Ooh.
I'm letting some not rum vanilla. You have the rum vanilla. The rum maple dry out for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm puffing on this H. Upman Ribolo.
And then I've got some caramel apple pie right here.
Ooh. That's
drying out.
Yeah, I was excited when I got that pipe. I was like, oh, it's mine. You can't. It's my precious.
Where'd you get it from?
What was it? Facebook. Happy Piper.
Do you already have it, or is it being sent to you?
It's being sent to me.
Gotcha.
They have it. Do you know who the Happy Piper is? You guys know.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff from his.
Yeah. So
a lot of people advertising him.
He does things on Facebook on Tuesdays and on Fridays. And if you're good for it, you put a bid on the number of the pipe or other things. And that came up. And I was like, oh, because it has like the honeycomb stem that it has. It's a honeycomb stem, but it's black. So it's like it kind of like stars shining through, kind of like outer space. So I'm really excited, and it's an artesian pipe, so that's the one of a kind. So, are you there?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get a link for Texas.
For TechCent? Hey, yeah. Is he going to join us?
What is going on with my photos?
Be pretty cool if he joined us.
Yeah, yes. If he gets a Discord, he will, because I can send him a private message with the link.
Am I going in the wrong direction? Okay. There we go. Got to have that light on. So while I'm waiting for that to dry up, I've got my Black Irish and brown Irish twist with a little bit of rum.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good. Let the smoke flow through you.
22.
And it's an Umpal day, so I'm just gonna do
23.
614 Roma.
Remember.
Remember what they called it? The one with the golden mixture stem.
No idea.
It's the Lucite. Roma Lucite.
Oh yeah, I've got one of those.
Yeah, that's why I was like, "Well, you have no idea."
The 614.
Yep, 614. 614.
Yep, I got that from Randy when I won his giveaway.
Mm-hmm. I remember that. I was like, "Oh my gosh, he got one."
My only 7LE.
But it's a good one.
It is a good one. It smokes pretty darn good. I haven't smoked it in a while because it kind of got lost in the rotation.
Oh, well, you have so many pipes.
Yeah, exactly. And like I've been mainly smoking mirrors lately.
Mirrors are good. You got to get
I
more.
want to color them up a little bit.
I so hope. Well, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to jinx it. What we were talking about on the text.
Mm-hmm.
That would be, but we'll see.
You know, I can always ask him.
Yeah, ask him if that's possible, because that would be, it'd be worth it. It would be something maybe even in honor of my dad. So. Who was it that tried the Black Irish twist recently? To try it.
Come on, sync these photos to my iCloud.
I'll probably get a message or relay the message tomorrow since he's probably asleep.
Yeah, that's true. Different time zone.
Way different time zones. You're in bed smoking your pipe, Captain Black Royal, cheapo smokes at the moment, your favorite. Hey, whatever's your favorite, don't matter if it's cheap. And don't call it cheap, call it affordable.
Yes. Makes it sound more elegant.
Exactly.
All right. The photos are now syncing to my laptop so I can share them with you. Got 3 more to sync to the iCloud. It's a pipe that I'm getting this weekend.
You've seen the pictures of my Beauty and the Beast pipe, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully I get that this week. Or get the post in the mail saying I can pick it up this week. If I get it Saturday, then I'd have to wait all the way through Sunday and pick it up Monday. But, you know, I've waited for however long, and I'm currently getting Basilisk made, so I have stuff to hold me over.
Yeah. There we go. And a nice sapper to boot.
All right.
Hey, cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Present. Share screen. Window. Photos. Share. So this is a. Let me pull it up.
Ooh.
Willard pipe. And the specs I got on it, basically the history is the Willard pipes were made by Sparta Industries in Sparta, North Carolina from 1963 to 1975, about 60,000 pipes per week. Some were distributed by the Post and Base Exchange that serviced the military during the Vietnam War. Others were produced for R.J. Reynolds Tobacco.
Very nice.
So,
That's nice.
as you can see, it came with the instructions.
Wow, that's old instructions.
Yeah. Never been smoked. I'm paying $30 for it.
Nice.
That's perfect. Is that a pot pipe?
I don't know.
It looks like a nice pot pipe.
Mhm.
I'm debating if I smoke it or not.
You will. Eventually.
Yeah, you will.
You'll be like, looks too good.
I mean, it has some damage on the rim, as you can see, like right in here and right there. But it's pristine condition otherwise.
Very nice. That's, you know that when they have those little damages, it's part of the history.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's a gorgeous looking pipe.
Yeah.
For sure.
I love how it's got the dark chocolate, but at the same time it's bright enough that you can see the grains.
Yes.
That's important.
All right, time to load up the mirror. Same mirror from earlier, just because I enjoyed smoking it so much.
Thank you, Project.
TC, what's up?
All right, let's get this packed in a bowl.
Jack.
It's nice and dry.
Oh my
Light
God.
and damp.
What's up, Ryan?
How's it going, Ryan?
Ryan.
Hey, he's asking you where you got your pipe from.
Where did you get that blue ice colored pipe again? DS Dujarin. I'll post it in chat in a second.
Basically a genius. The guy's good.
If you order from
Guy's
him,
real good.
don't forget to tell him that Sapper Smokes, aka Zach, sent you.
Well, you can't really order for him because all the non-commissioned pipes he makes sell within like 10 minutes on his website.
Yeah, they go by fast.
That's why you get one commission.
Mhm.
Yeah. And in which you go through me and I'll help you with the process. And also so I get to know what you're getting. Because I'm curious. Hey, Toby. What you doing, buddy?
Toby. Meister. I can't. I have to say, this Black Irish twist mixed with the brown Irish is just perfect.
I pulled out just a little too much, a pinch too much. that's all right.
I'd rather pull out more and not need it than not pull out enough.
Wise word.
All right, I've got to go refill my lighter. I'll be right back.
What kind of pipe are you? You got to announce your pipe. If you're going to tell us you're lighting your other pipe, what are you lighting it, and what are you going to have?
So this is my General, and I'm having caramel apple pie in it.
Having the good stuff. Some dessert.
Mm-hmm. And it's by a Hearth and Home.
It's just like having brisket, like a well-smoked brisket. Mm. And this nicks you up real good too. I'm gonna feel it. Oh, Black Royal, nice. Royal.
Turn on the outside light for once. That way, when it gets dark, you can still see me.
Yeah, I was shocked, Ryan. I was shocked.
Oh, guys, check this out.
I was shocked when I watched your video and saw that.
Yeah, I was like, "What?" He was telling me throughout, like, "I really want that, boy. I really want that." And then just out of the blue, it goes. I'm thinking Smoke Snacks is getting it. Like, it's so close. It's Smoke Snacks. Smoke Snacks.
Yeah.
Smacked in, and it's Sapper Piper for the win.
That was a close call there on it.
Very close. And I did, because, yeah, and I say this now because Zach keeps on saying, "Oh yeah, thanks for rigging it," but I was like, "No, I didn't rig it. Look, I'm not rigging it," and I did it over again, and it was somebody else. So yeah, it wasn't.
It would have been funny if it landed on me again.
That was hilarious.
I would have been like, "Okay, I need to redo this."
Exactly. I pulled out my lightsaber.
Right. He's like,
Got the barbecue starter.
No,
this is the welder.
You got it. Let me see it again. I didn't see it the first time.
Oh.
Holy crap.
That's awesome. Good. Let the hate roll through you. I'm a nerd. What are you?
What do you think of the newer ones?
I try not to. The first one's is okay. They basically took the structure of A New Hope and put it as a New Hope. But then the second two, the other two, the writing is just too lazy. As somebody that's actually been trained in screenwriting and such,
Yeah.
it just is somebody that just, I don't have anything against. In fact, I loved Rose Tico in the first introduction.
Mm-hmm.
She just charged it with electricity. She's like, "I'm gonna do it," and he's like, "You're not gonna do it," and just like, okay. And it's kind of like that Eddie Murphy shooting that woman in the pinky toe in. It was like, "Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm gonna like this character." Nope. They messed her up, and I was disappointed. Yeah, no, the last two, it's like they didn't know what they were doing.
And somehow Palpatine returned.
Right? It's like, okay,
That was a shocker for me.
well, they didn't really put anything into what's his name? The original baddie of the Disney. Uh, I forgot his name.
Snoke.
Snoke. If they would have built him up, and then it would have turned out that he is the Emperor. Okay, but
Well, technically, he was one of his clones.
yeah, but at the same time, it was just like he had a different accent. He talked differently. It was just like, and then I'm sorry if you guys like Disney, that I'm not trying to downplay your guys's entertainment, but it was the second movie was basically the Duke's meets Casino Royale in space, and I was just like, that's not original at all.
That
Like,
makes a lot of sense.
I was looking for Boss Hogg, like one of the one of these stormtroopers gonna be like, we're gonna get them, dude, we're gonna get them. It's just like there's no originality. But I like the Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff is awesome. I even like the last one. It ended cute, but it was still cool.
So what are your takes on them coming out with 10, 11, 12 now?
Yeah, what now?
They don't even know what they're doing now with the Acolyte. Like, that stuff is just such bad writing that they don't know what they're doing. The writer didn't even know what Star Wars was in the beginning. It's just, I don't trust it.
How's it going, Stamper?
I'm interested because when Kylo Ren basically gave his life,
Mm-hmm.
what's her face? I can't remember the character's name.
Ray.
Ray, yes. The question everybody has is, when he did that, did he also use the Force to get her pregnant? To carry on the Skywalker bloodline?
Well, she's a Palpatine, not a Skywalker.
Well, but if she's pregnant with...
well, actually, yeah, you're right, because I forgot that...
Han and Leia.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Maybe... I hope not. Well, if you really think about this, okay? If Palpatine created Anakin, right?
Yeah.
It was supposed to be that Palpatine, his mentor, taught him about the creation of life and the maintainment of life, and he used it to create Anakin. Right?
Yeah.
And then the Emperor has a granddaughter, and that granddaughter gets pregnant with the twins' grandson, or son, I mean. We're talking about a whole thing of incest here.
Yeah.
like I get it, Luke kissed Leia.
Yeah.
But we're going next level.
Yeah.
We're going down in the South, man.
Drinking beers at the pub? Nice, Stamper. Have one for us.
But yeah, so I don't know. I think that they I think what they were doing, and because they didn't know what they were doing, they wrote themselves in corners.
Yeah.
And then they just started making up stuff because they couldn't do anything anymore except for, let's just put Palpatine in the pudding.
Yeah.
I think that was why I don't like the first. I walked out I would have never walked out of a Star Wars movie, but I walked out of the second. I came back trying to give it a chance because I'm like, well, new writers. They brought back Abrams. They were trying. But Abrams like, nope, it got way too bad for me to do anything with it.
Yeah.
So with that, I just don't. I liked Rey as a possibility because I didn't care if Luke was ever going to be a woman or man. I loved Leia, so I thought Leia being a Jedi would be cool.
Yeah.
I have no problem if they were going to make what's his name? Dang it, that liked Rey.
Finn?
John Boyega.
They were going to make Finn. Their original intentions, in fact, Lucas actually suggested it. They were going to make Finn Jedi sensitive. I mean, Force sensitive.
He kind of is.
Yeah, but they never
Hey,
do it.
see you later, Stamper. You have a good night.
Later, Stamper.
And that's the thing right there. Finn had such promise. Why not make Finn turn to the dark side? Why not take his and make him into the depth and then turn around and make it so that, I mean, there's so many things.
Yeah.
So many things. And they didn't do it. And that was just like, they just didn't know what they were doing. So as far as those Disney versions, the first one I loved. I really did. And I loved the characters coming on. And at the beginning of the second one, I did love Rose. But at it just, they wrote it just so
Yeah.
wrong. But like I said, I love Mandalorian.
What's your take on the Solo movie?
No, they got the wrong actor.
Yeah.
There is an actor that looks just like Harrison Ford when he was young.
Yeah.
And exactly how to act as Han Solo. If they would have put him in that movie, that thing would have been a blockbuster.
Yeah. I agree.
He is a talented man, but they didn't. They went with the normal Hollywood stuff where connections are more important. So
Yeah.
Yup.
but if they would have done that, I don't see anything wrong with the writing so much as I do see that the actor just didn't pull audience in.
No.
And that's the problem with that. I would have saw 2 and 3 of Solo if they would have put that right actor in.
Yeah.
I'd be in. Same with like I liked Ahsoka. I love who they have as Ahsoka.
Oh yeah. So awesome.
Yeah, and some of the writing though just made it so boring because it was just like you weren't really into it until like the 3rd or 4th episode, and then you got into it.
Yeah. Well, how it is to me, it spikes and it comes back down. Goes boring, spikes, comes back down. Goes boring, spikes, and comes back down.
And what that tells me is the writers don't know what they're doing. Because when you're a writer, you already know the beginning and the end, not only of the episodes, but the entire season.
Yeah.
So the question then comes, how am I going to build, not just through the whole season, but through the episode? It's like relationships.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like side of relationship. You don't just start right in. You need to build. You need to create tension. You need to create this what's going to happen next. While at the same time keeping their attention. That's what a good writer does.
Maybe that's why all my relationships have failed.
It's all their fault, Sapper. It's all their fault, Zach.
Hey, one of them cheated on me when I was deployed. The other one didn't want to pay her dues when we agreed that she would pay half rent. And one of them took one fight too far and was like, I'm done with this. I was like, it's just a fight. And it was after I had drove 12 hours to my best friend's wedding with no sleep. And it was a 100-year snowstorm. So I was driving on ice for days. And driving on ice for days with no cell communication in the area. So like everyone's running around with their chicken with their head cut off, trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I was understandably kind of on edge. And
Yeah.
she thought that was me being mad at her because I snapped a few times, like at her. She was just like, well, what if I'm like, just shut up. And I'm like, and I apologize right after, but I would just be like,
Yeah.
you like alien girls too, man?
I don't know. I think that of course, Jody's always an enemy when you're out. That's always the way it is. You got Jody out there going looking for opportunities.
Yep.
Then the other one was basically taking advantage of, which mistakes, And then the third one, she just didn't know how to be patient with you or recognize your end of the what was going on.
Yeah, and I also wasn't on a good set of meds then, so I kind of was a little uh,
Edgy.
edgy. Yeah. The first one who cheated on me stabbed me in the thigh with a knife, though.
That's a
Don't
crazy
date,
one.
So not
don't
only,
date Latinos.
but she physically abused you.
Yeah, don't date Latinos.
Yes, that's spicy.
It's like
Luckily,
date Puerto Ricans.
luckily, I have no kids with any of them. Don't gotta pay any kind of anything. I'm set.
Yes.
But well, technically, I did acquire one kid from one of them. I got Toby, but he's the best boy. So
Yeah, that's true. Toby is the best boy for sure.
So then, what's your take on Andor?
I
watched the first episode and I just didn't get into it.
After it got through, like it was slow, but as it got through more towards the end, I didn't think of it as a Star Wars movie so much as a movie or a show that was in its own.
Yeah.
So when they were in the prison and all this stuff was going on and everything, I looked at that as, something that could have been, they didn't have to be Star Wars. It could have been anything. So I was just like watching, seeing where they were going with it. And I enjoyed the last bits. I thought it was good at the end, but like I said before, they just don't know how to build that tension. If they could build the tension and lead to moments of excitement.
Yeah.
I mean, because see, one of the things that the first thing that you're taught in film school is the oh shoot, don't forget that now. Basically the suspension of disbelief. If you can build the suspension of disbelief and then pull them in where they're always wanting to believe in that reality, that's half. And then when you do things that either bore them or totally shock the heck out of them that doesn't match what's being said or done, it kicks them out.
Yeah.
It kicks them out. And so when you do when you do something like you kill supposedly the most powerful Jedi in all of history with meditation, right? I get it that he was supposed to be using the dark side, but say he's supposed to be the most powerful Force user, and yet meditation kills him. That's not good writing. I loved what he did before when he was just winking at he was winking and basically like hold my beer. I love that.
Yeah.
But that right there, you just like, oh, come on. Like, I want to see his growth and then him leading her to do the same, not suddenly she knows everything and then all of a sudden he doesn't know enough to survive such a trick. So
I just like that he believed that Anakin could turn from the dark side, but he had one bad dream uh, about what's his face, and he tries to kill him in the middle of the night.
right, it's like, okay, you don't think that your own nephew has what it takes to return to the light, but your father, who killed multiple hundreds of people, if not thousands, could,
If not millions.
if not millions.
Well, they annihilated a whole planet.
Annihilate. That's right. Um, you could turn that around if you had good writers. You could turn that around even now. If you make, if you do the right thing and you make Luke into has Luke as his own series and lead him down the dark side and show him what broke him and then what brought him back and decided that he needed to learn more and not interrupt with things going on, you could do it. You could absolutely, but they're not going to do that because they don't have what it takes. They don't have that writing. There's
As
a
AI becomes more mainstream available to content creators, I think Hollywood will have a run for their money. Yes.
yeah,
Except for Top Gun 2, where you have the G forces affecting the pilots and you can see their faces
yes,
crumble in. You can't do modern fighter movies anymore without having the pilots in the cockpit. Otherwise, it's just like psh, they're just in some stationary thing that does some bumps and shit.
I love how you brought in Top Gun 2 because the whole premise of Top Gun 2 is Star Wars: The New Hope. But we'll move.
Yep.
But that's what I'm saying is like I like Top Gun 2. I bought it and I watch it once in a while. I like it. But lazy writing doesn't give you a structure that makes it something different. Like Lucas made something different in Star Wars. He didn't do something. He brought it back from the sci-fi. Don't get me wrong, but I was alive during the time that Star Wars just came out, and I went and seen it in the movie theaters several times. Okay, people didn't want. People thought this was going to be dumb because they were so invested in Western. They loved Westerns. They didn't want none of this stuff. And then when a group of people saw it and they went out and they were so excited with something different that it was actually explosive like they did, it made a difference. That's what they needed when they came back with the new episode. If you're going to bring out new characters, make it so that they're so excited about these characters, there is no complaint.
See, and I think they could have done that with Finn, and they failed to do so in the very beginning.
Yep, Finn, Snook had such possibility. You didn't need him to even be related, much less a clone of the old Emperor. Throw Emperor out. There was a rumor that they had, which made perfect sense, that he was a Jedi that was presumed dead, that had ties with the dark side, and had been injured so much, but somehow survived at least for a time. If you that Jedi bitter him up,
Mace Windu.
Oh man, I there's actually rumors that Mace Windu will come back. I'm hopeful.
He's begging Disney. He's begging Disney for his own side series to prove to everyone that he survived being thrown out the window.
Yeah, because Jedi. How many times did Anakin fall from one flying transport to another? But a dark user and light user that is one of the major masters in the Jedi Order, not being that, there's no way he survived.
Yeah,
and that would be amazing. Anyways, I'm kind of nerding everything, but
that's good. I love Star Wars, so I love talking about it.
Oh man, I mean, there's so many things. I think they messed up Boba Fett for the most part by making him too weak. I think if they would have made him more of a Snake Plissken type character, where he was just kind of, I don't know, very edgy, very like, I don't care what happens. I want what I want, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think that because that's what the books had for him about him in the lineage. So if you toughened him, oh man, um, I think that would have been worked. And if you would have put in what is it, the clones,
Bad Batch.
the Bad Batch in with it,
Yeah.
oh, that would be amazing because he needed help. Why not put the Bad Batch in to help? Like they would kick butt, take names with all that army coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think the writing was just like I hate to say they're and that means they're hiring people fresh out of college instead of actual writers that actually have experience. It's somebody that fills their box as they want it, and they just don't have the experience. I don't care if you have a little bit of feminism and all this kind of stuff. That's fine. I mean, I never
Stamper's back. Hi, Stamper.
cared about that stuff. As long as it works well written, I'm down. Like, give me some of that. Write it well, and you got me. And that's the problem is they just don't have the same quality of writers anymore. But I would be down for writing, good writing.
Yeah.
Well, now they're going to start using AI for writing, so
they already have in some of them, which is okay, I guess, if it works, but a lot of it don't work. Yeah,
it works well enough. You got to go back through it and make it non-robotic.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I see. There's something that even AI, and until it actually becomes authentic artificial intelligence, there's just not going to be good writing. I mean, that's just the way it is, because we have the way of creating realities, and AI is structured around given realities. So I think that's going to be something that they have to work on. But yeah, definitely love the Mandalorian. I hate the Acolyte. I think that's terrible writing.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into it. I watched part of the first episode and I was like,
It totally blows apart everything that was put together as canon to create. And it does it to try to boost some kind of idea of femininity and such instead of just having good writing. These witches could have been in tune with the Force and still be awesome and still create like the Emperor Palpatine did. But instead, they decided they wanted to take something and put it together and then say this is reality too, and great. But don't put it in a Star Wars thing where canon was built up since the 70s.
Yeah.
You're missing. You're gonna really miss with people. I don't care who the central character is and who the people are, as long as it boosts the whole foundation of what you love. Go for it.
Oh yeah, Stamper. That's what we've been talking about for the past 45 minutes. Is how Disney ruined Star Wars.
Yeah, they didn't make Mandalorian lame.
Well, that's because
John Barba wrote it.
Yeah.
And directed it.
And he knew Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he did the Clone Wars.
Exactly. But when you overly politicize anything and you forget putting good writers into play, no matter how good of a point you have, you lose the entire attraction of what you're making because it's just not enjoyable.
Yeah. So, what was your take on Obi-Wan?
Totally messed it up. How is it that Darth Vader in A New Hope says the last time we met we've seen each other, and I'm paraphrasing, I was but the learner and you the master. Now I am the master, you are the learner. And yet they somehow met each other and had a fight. That didn't make that. Is it going to be like the next season he's going to lose his memory? And wouldn't Ben say, no, I met you and kicked your butt back in, like, I think that they're too big.
Can you get in on the live, or is it too late? That's up to Brian if Stamper can get in on the live.
Yeah, is he on Discord?
He's not in my Discord.
Oh.
Probably because Francisco and
Others.
yeah.
Yep. And what am I doing here? Oh,
Do you have a way to private message him?
There's the private chat in this.
Well, no, that's for Among Us.
is this centralized
Oh,
Discord? I thought it was.
how can we contact you with a?
I want to, but I don't want to put it public so just anybody can willy-nilly jump in.
But do you have Tamper's email?
I have Tamper's email, but I'm not.
Well, the reason I was saying is you can send him a message through email that would connect him.
You are Texas sent on Discord. Did you join the Discord now, Texas?
Let me come back with you. I'll be right back. I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
Is the link that you sent me good to send out to another person? Is it the same link?
It's the same link.
Yeah.
Okay, let me I'll email that to Stamper.
Yeah, I just feel like the objectivity is counteracting the writing ability, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
If they can, because see, the thing is, if you have a message, if you have an idea, those things have been written in to films and to stories.
Yeah.
Not the problem. The problem is when you're so busy not hiring the right people probably because the right people won't write that. But
yeah,
when you have that, then all of a sudden though they don't have enough supply for the demand of good writers. And then you have Disney Star Wars.
Then you have Disney Star Wars.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends that are very into that ideology and that thinking.
Texas Sent has finally joined the Discord.
Woo-hoo!
Everybody spam wave him.
As I was saying, I have friends that are, in line with that thinking, and yet those people can write some amazing stuff. It just they're not recognized yet.
Yeah.
He's made short films that don't have to, I would say, a young George Lucas, and he's just recognized. It takes too much. What I really want to see is in the next Mandalorian, them actually explain what Grogu and Yoda was.
Yes.
I would love them to go into that. Get some of that. That would be mind blowing.
Interesting, because I mean I know it was not real canon that Yaddle or Yiddle, the female one that was on the council in the first episode,
Yes.
or episode 1.
Yes.
Stamper, I sent you a email with the links. Are you able to get to it?
And wouldn't that be interesting? Maybe even kind of explain what happened to her.
Yeah.
Maybe that's her child.
It could be.
I mean, at that time, it was very obscene to have romantic relationships, but not romantic interaction. That's why Ben Kenobi was having that relationship kind of on the down.
I sent you an email, Stamper, with the code.
In Clone Wars. I think it was in Clone Wars. Why am I hearing Kung Fu?
Huh? I think that's a wind chime.
I got wind chimes going.
Place.
I love wind chimes. What do you guys take on Kung Fu?
I don't really have an opinion on Kung Fu.
Have you ever watched it?
Yeah, I've seen Jackie Chan movies.
The TV show. Have you ever seen the TV show?
No.
No.
No. Oh man, David Carradine. Jen Kane. That's some cool stuff right there.
But Stamper is now working on it, so he might have gotten the link.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to pop up in here.
Yeah, I see that. That's some deep stuff right there. Jane Kane plays a half white, half Chinese Shaolin monk, framed for the murder of wanted for murder in China, coming to the United States during the Western days.
Mm-hmm.
And I've lost. What do you guys think of Star Trek?
Never seen it. Well, I've seen a few episodes of it, and I've seen the recent movies.
Yeah, it's all right.
The recent movies were pretty good, but I couldn't get into like the actual Star Trek.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the new rendition. They're gonna have another one. You guys like horror?
Not really.
Yeah. Have you ever heard
Messes with the PTSD too much.
of Nosferatu?
Yeah.
They're making they have made a reboot. I'm interested
Wonderful.
in no.
Always good with reboots.
I grew up with the Next Generation as well project.
Next Generation's good. I like Next. Yeah. So do I. That's why I liked Lycans versus. Oh no, I have them all. The one where the Lycans versus the vampires. Come on, TC, help me out here.
Underworld?
Yeah, thank you. That's why I liked Underworld. Oh, The Howling was really good. I mean, it was low budget, but it was really good. They had this moment where the guy was just transforming in front of this lady because he's going to kill this whole. It wasn't even computer graphics. They didn't have computer graphics in the 80s, but they had all that, and it looked really pretty good. Oh. Yeah, she is. She's funny too. She has a wicked sense of humor.
It's telling you to open it in Safari. I don't use Safari, so you're figuring it out. Are you doing it on your phone?
I think he is. Because I'm on a laptop, you got to use Google Chrome.
Yeah. Which, I mean, who doesn't use Google Chrome anyways?
I don't.
I don't. I prefer Safari.
Yeah.
On a well, do you guys have iPads or Macs?
Yeah.
That would make sense. I have just a $200 Acer, and my gaming PC is obviously a Windows as well.
Yep.
Got the cell phone, got the tablet, and got the computer all as Mac, so it all talks to each other.
Which is convenient.
Yes.
Zach, what's your take on Fallout, the TV show?
Haven't seen it yet. Waiting for all the episodes to come out to binge it.
Yeah. I mean, the first season's out, but
I never really got into the game, so the show never really interested me.
yeah.
Oh, I played the shit out of Fallout 4. Like, I went in lines, went down the map, discovering every little thing.
Okay.
Then I tried doing a Fallout in VR, and it's damper.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
I got in. Look at that. Uh-huh.
Woohoo!
How's
Can
it
you guys
going?
hear
How's
me?
the bar?
We can hear you.
Awesome.
Oh, hi, Toby.
All right, let's see how I can. I haven't used this before. It's the first time. So you guys will
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
that
bear
was the
with
same
me.
for me like yesterday.
Well, it'll work pretty good.
You are now widescreen.
Right. How are you all doing tonight?
Good.
Doing pretty great.
You in the man cave?
Yeah, I'm in the man cave. I don't get out of my house that often, so I'm trying to start up like a Tuesday night beer drinks at the local pub.
Mm-hmm.
We had a few people come out tonight, so that was pretty good. Had a few wobbly pops.
A wobbly pop?
A wobbly pop. Yep. Brewskis.
Oh. I was like, something ain't translating right.
You know, you drink a beer and you get a little wobbly.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
Yeah. So when I was in the army, it used to be they'd form us on parade and it'd be like, hey, if you're gonna go out this weekend and have a few wobbly pops, don't be going out and drinking and driving. Right?
Yep.
So yeah, it's good. You know, I got out, had a few drinks, and I don't get to do that much and socialize. So I'm trying to make it a regular thing for me on Tuesday nights. The local pub here has like half pints nights.
Hey, that's pretty good. And I'm glad you're getting out. It's all, you and me are on the same kind of journey of getting back into society.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about. You know, it's getting back out there and about and socializing and becoming a normal human being again. You know.
Just do it. Nope.
Do you have your rotation lock on, Bruce?
I'm not sure. It works on the other things.
What are you guys smoking tonight?
I'm smoking some rum maple out of this beauty.
Huh.
Yeah. I gotta say, Zach, that pipe looks really good on you, man.
I know, right? Blue shirt, blue pipe.
Yeah. No, but it's just the way the pipe fits your face. Like it looks really good. I think a lot of people forget this when you get a pipe, you should choose pipes that are that fit your facial profile. And that one fits you really well, man.
Hey, thank you, man. I saw it on Instagram and I was like, I gotta get this.
Yeah, it's a nice pipe. Nice pipe indeed.
Yeah, I've
What
got
are you smoking on, Brian?
Hearth and Home 10 to midnight. And my Sestini 55 Gold. It's one of my favorite English ones right now.
What about you, Scott? What are you packing up?
I'm gonna pack up some Sun Bear.
I just can't seem to have the nice wide. But maybe do you guys have like like you're paying for it?
I'm paying for it.
I'm paying for it now. But that's not it. It's just your Is your camera vertical or sideways?
Well, it is.
Yeah, he's got a screen lock on.
Yeah, you probably got your screen lock on.
How do I get that out?
Open up your phone, swipe from the top right, and there'll be like a lock with the arrow circle around it.
It's the one with it's a lock, like a symbol of a lock with the circle arrow around it. That's what they
Yeah, it's
changed.
on the left side, left middle.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about the chat. I think I got the chat coming up on my TV there. So I see Project 2717. So try to
Nice.
keep up on that. Yeah, I've been having some good conversations with Project. I don't know his first name, but yeah, that's the kind of conversations I want to have with people, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
good on him.
Conversations with mutual respect.
Mm.
My cat is walking around and it concerns me.
You want to go inside? Oh, yes, you want to go inside.
Bye bye, kitty.
Hmm.
Roosh, you still here with us?
I think we lost him.
You didn't
He's
lose
dead, guys.
me here, but I'm still having difficulty.
Oop.
He swiped left.
I saw him swipe left.
He's probably like, "What the heck did I do now?"
Yeah. So I don't know if Bruce is still in here, but I was going to say he's a pretty hardcore Star Wars fan, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you are.
I can't for the life of me. Let me see.
Just gonna give it one more go, guys. One more go.
There's two of them now. Oh, there he goes. Boop.
It's gonna work this time. I believe it. Nope. This is why I just have a laptop for special occasions.
Yeah, it's a little more stable, isn't it?
Yep. The only problem is battery life. Not as long as a cell phone, since it is just a cheap Acer laptop that I got for like $250.
Yeah.
Specifically, just so I could play D&D with my friends.
I'm just going to be what I got.
Okay.
Yep, just deal with what you got.
I'm just going to consider it slimming.
We'll be right back, guys. I
Slimming you
gotta
down.
go take a leak.
Yeah, I can't get. Oh, wait.
He got really excited for a second there.
Yes, he did.
Yep, no.
Yep, no.
Just when I thought I had it, they pull me back in. That's okay. That's okay.
What you puffing on there?
Oh, this is the Gentleman's Vanilla.
Ah.
I think I tried it.
You think the only thing going for you at the moment is the YTPC? Hey, if you ever need to talk to anybody, you can message me or any of us in the Discord and
Yeah.
talk about shit.
Yeah. You're not the only one that ever since COVID, man, ever since COVID.
Like yesterday was the first time I've been out in public without my parents as support.
Which is
And in an unfamiliar place with loud sounds and a lot of lasers and flashing and random explosions and fireworks and fire.
Yeah.
And this time last year, I was afraid to go outside.
Zach, do you ever looking at getting a service dog?
he's got
Toby, my service cat.
No, you're gonna need a service dog, bro.
See, I'm not a big fan of dogs.
I love dogs, but I mean, come on, you got a cat with a 50 cal.
Exactly. I do have a cat with a 50 cal.
Hey Zach, do you know what we call that cat? I've worn that hat to some of my veterans buddies. Do you know what we call it?
What?
The kitty cow.
Ah.
Because the kitty cow knows bigger bullet is the better, right?
Oh yeah.
So no, man, it's cool. It's cool.
I'm gonna get that tattooed on me.
I think you should. It'd be fucking cool, man. It's it's a part of your life, man, right? Like
Exactly.
It's your logo.
It's Toby on a 50 cal. It's 2 parts of my life.
Like you got to get the ink done, Again, Royal Canadian Regiment, right? You got to get your ink done. It tells a story about your life, right?
Yep. I've got my ink done about my military career. Deployed under the 555th. And
yeah, man. You know what I watched today? I watched this video of the Marines marching, and it almost brought me to fucking tears, man.
Wildlife photography helps a lot with your depression. Being in nature helps a lot. You hate where you live? Well, don't dox yourself by telling us where you live, but it always gets better. Trust me. Trust me. I was at like SpongeBob at like when he would hit rock bottom. I was there with no help. I mean, I had a lot of help, but like feeling hopeless, and then just slowly climbed my way up.
Yeah, and you know what, Zach, you climbed your way up, man.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
There's a lot of guys that didn't. And it's not a slight at them, but you got through it, and a lot of guys don't.
Yep.
Right? As far as I'm concerned, you're through the worst of it.
Hopefully, yeah. I'm definitely through the worst of it, thanks to my private psych and tobacco therapy. It's a part of why I'm here, so there's nothing but druggies around us, so you can't really go outside. We've been here for 6 months, man. I'm climbing. It's just it's a long ladder for sure. It's a long ladder to recovery or to a better place.
Yeah. I'm rather lucky that I don't know about your situation, what you want to live in, but for me, I had to get away from people. And I had to get away from just I had to live in the woods because like any I talked to this about a lot of my veterans buddies, and a lot of us live in the woods or we live in rural areas because we're trained to retreat to the tree line, right? Mm-hmm. The woods and the tree line is our safety net. So when we get out of the military, we just all return to the fucking woods, right?
That's what I want to do, but the wife doesn't want to. She's like, I don't want to live out the sticks.
Yeah, Brian, my ex-wife was the same way, and she led me to a city, and we wound up divorced. It was no, it was too much. I got crazy in a city, right? And granted, I don't hold anything against my ex-wife. I mean, she's a fucking really strong and good woman, and she was probably right in leaving me. Well, actually, I left her, as a matter of fact. But it's military life. Military life is fucking. It's not what I expected.
Yeah.
You know,
My
afterwards.
military life was what I expected. It's the post-military is not what I expected.
That's spot on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so that's exactly what I meant. Wasn't the I was normal when I was in the military.
Yeah.
You know?
I had purpose. I had a job. I had great friends that I served with.
Yeah.
Your hands shaking. You wish you could move, but your wife's job is across the street. It's a bad place when you want to go chill outside.
Yeah.
Well,
for
I'm
sure.
sorry about your condition, Texas. Hopefully, it improves a little bit with either employment or school.
Yep.
Texas. I'm reading your stuff on the screen. I keep forgetting that you're even here, man. I apologize. Yeah, the handshaking. Have you ever looked into polyvagal theory? So polyvagal theory is a leading theory of PTSD. That PTSD is actually brain damage, and that it involves your central nervous system, which is includes your vagus nerve, and your vagus nerve runs from your brain stem all the way down to the bottom of your geez, I'm having a brain fart here. Your hip, tailbone, right? And it controls your breathing, your digestive system, as well as your flight or fight functions. Yeah, Texas, I'm glad all you talk about stress. That's PTSD, and trust me, man. Yeah, I go through a lot of fucking stress, and I bet you Sapper Piper, and so does Brian.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like the first time meeting Brian on Sunday, I was I was glad we did it so early in the morning so that the cigar place wasn't like packed, and I was just nervous the entire way driving down. You know, meeting random person off the internet essentially, and it turned out great.
Yeah.
You know,
I had a blast.
I had a blast. We got a good hour of live in.
Yep.
That's awesome, you guys. That's awesome. Because honestly, between what I've been hearing between Zach and Brian, Brian, dude, a lot of stuff I've been listening to your live streams is spot fucking on, man. And I'm sitting there going
Yeah.
the whole time, you know.
Hey, I want to know what the Canadians' version of the VA, how they take care of you guys with mental health.
It's a little different. Um, I could talk about that all day long because my wife is American, and my wife's sister is a colonel in the National Guard. She's a pilot. She flies the refuelers out of Bangor.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
And talking to her, and after making my videos and talking to veterans in the U.S. online, there's a lot of similarities, but there's a lot of major differences. But uh, from what I can see, both systems are fucked.
Yeah.
And if
Yeah.
they looked at like our system and the British and the Australians and decided like, hey, how can we make this better? It could be a phenomenal veterans package.
Yeah.
And I think if we had like this phenomenal veterans package where we just like have this duty of care, we take care of all of our veterans, no questions asked, we'd have a military and NATO like you'd never fucking believe.
Yeah, we would.
Because
Mhm.
we all want to serve, and we all believe in military service. It doesn't matter what country you're in. We all want to serve our country and do what's right, but we're not going to do it if you're going to use and abuse us. Right? Like fuck you. Like just like if you want us to go fight in the fucking wars, then take care of us.
Exactly.
Project brought up a good point right here. VA is hit or miss. I had more poor service than good. I'm 100%, and it's really messed the bureaucracy and red tape and corrupt leadership is in shambles.
It takes me 3 months to get an
Yeah, man.
appointment where I'm at because there's so many people here.
Yep.
And so it's like, say, when I, about 4 months ago, I developed just random lower back pain. And I have middle back pain, which is what I'm disabled or rated for. I've never had lower back pain. So I was like, do I have a kidney stone? Am I having like kidney failure? Is it just back pain? What's going on? I called, I can't get you in for like 2 months. And they're like, you can use your ER visit, but you only get two a year. And I was like, I don't want to waste my ER visit. So I just kind of stuck it out for a week
Oh, that's
and
shit.
it went away. But yeah, I'm going to go get a Robusto cigar to smoke real quick since I went through that pipe tobacco. But before, since Stamper wasn't here, here's my lightsaber.
Yeah, I got one of those too. Yeah. Yeah, I got one too. My in-law, my wife's sister that's a colonel in the Air Force got me one of those later.
Just imagine if you had one of those on deployment and you're in a hand-to-hand combat situation.
Yeah, right?
Right against the side of the guy's cheek with that.
Yeah. Especially if they have a big old beard.
Like mine.
Lights right up. Oh god, I'm getting into my sick personality here. You gotta stop, Brian. You're gonna get something out of me you don't want to know. Yeah.
Hey, we all got that twisted sick humor.
Yeah, and I love it. Honestly, God, I've been talking to Zach about we can't talk to civilians about some of the shit that we talk about because they're just
They
gonna
don't
think
get it.
we're sick bastards. And
Yep.
like, I think you were talking about baby killers on one of your live stream or something. You
Yep.
nailed it perfectly, man. Because I didn't have to deal with that shit. I didn't. But a lot of my veteran buddies, like I have a veteran buddy, and she was a female, a girl, and she was telling me like she can't look at children, she can't deal with children, can't have children, can't look at them because children were trying to kill her, and she had to kill fucking like 11-year-olds
Yep.
because they're running at her with like fucking a vest full of fucking TNT, and she's like, "Pop, pop, pop, down."
Yep.
And you know what? Like, how do you come back from that?
You can't.
You can't.
Right? And just the
Ugh.
fact that she's able to talk about it too. But the thing is, we're like in a group of like, 10 or 15 veterans. And she'll never tell that to anybody except to us.
Yeah.
Because we're the only people that can handle that.
And we understand it.
You know?
Mhm.
I'm standing around with a group of my sniper buddies at a wedding. And we're all laughing and having a time about our firefights and shooting people,
Yep.
and they're turning green and turning white and walking away and thinking we're a fucking bunch of psychopaths.
Oh, well, technically we are.
And we are, but at the same time, this is what they trained us to do, and it's kind of like the Olympics. Do you not train us and not want to go to the Olympics?
Yeah.
Right? And it's horrible stuff. It really is. And it's like it's cool to us as we're speaking about it, but at the end of the day, it destroys our souls a little bit, right?
Mhm.
And I think that's where we gotta draw the line is, you have people that condemn you and people that, look at you like, hey, this is your job, right? And
Yep.
that's not normal, and how do we bring you back to normal, right? Because at the end of the day, what's wrong with us is we all want to feel normal again, but after doing all that abnormal shit,
Yeah,
how
that's
do you feel abnormal? How do you feel normal again?
you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's right, you never can, and it's just a matter of how do you deal with it when you're talking about it, because here we are all talking about it right now, but there may be times where we can't,
Yep.
Mhm.
right? And it also depends on who you can talk to it about.
Yep. You got to find your circle.
But at the end of the day, there's your circle, but we all got to get out of that, right?
Mhm.
And that's what I was trying to do tonight. Is like I was at the pub tonight, and I'm trying to make it Tuesday night is half pints night, and I'm trying to make it to be, hey, look, I'm gonna go out every night on half pints night, and there's several other people that will come out, right?
Yeah.
And the way I'm organizing this is through a little local group of playing hell divers.
That's awesome.
So it's like we got a little hell diver group where we go online, play hell divers, but then we also get together in person out of the pub,
Mhm.
right? So you have a little bit of that social interaction, and that helps a lot. And as you're socially interacting with your veteran buddies, there's going to be other people who aren't veterans that come in,
Mhm.
and we can kind of keep tabs on each other, and then you can kind of get out of your bubble a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was with the cigar lounge that I go to every Friday and Saturday, if not more. It's only open when football starts. They plan on opening on Mondays as well, but like at night. But I mean, granted, it's a veteran-owned shop and it's veteran-operated,
Yeah.
so it's like a second veteran circle. But I've created friends in there that aren't veterans. That like I got hit up yesterday. Hey, you coming to the to Rustic? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm going to a concert. They're like, all right, like people who will text me up to go places with them or like take me over somewhere.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome, Zach, man. I'm glad for you. Like in the last little while that I've gotten to know you, it seems like you've really come out of your bubble.
Yeah, I'm trying to pop that bitch.
Yeah, pop that bitch. And you know what, man? Like the thing is though, like as we go through this, including myself, I might get back into that bubble. You know what I mean? You can.
Mm-hmm.
Is it kind of a
You
circle, right?
It's a vicious circle.
Ah,
Yeah.
Brian, dude, yeah.
There he goes.
I love that though. That's a good little break to the conversation of having a dog break the silence. But yeah.
Yeah, in September I go to get my service dog for PTSD, so I'm stoked on that.
Yeah. So it's really funny because we were talking about this tonight about service dogs and PTSD because there's you can have a service dog or you can have a therapy dog, right? And I don't know, I'm not sure if you know the
Mhm.
differences between the two, but like a service dog is you don't pet or touch a service dog. They have a very specific job or task. And whereas a therapy dog is you can touch a therapy dog and is encouraged to touch a therapy dog because touching a therapy dog can ground you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I realize is to train a professional therapy dog for PTSD, you also have to train them to be not only a therapy dog but a working dog, right? There's a fine balance between that. And what happened was a veteran buddy of mine who had a service dog, but was also a therapy dog.
Yep.
So you didn't touch this dog because this dog is able to pick up when you're triggered with PTSD. And what
Mm-hmm.
happens is when you have PTSD, before you're triggered, your body actually gives off pheromones, little chemicals. Your dog can smell that. And what happens is, I was in a coffee shop with my buddy and we were talking about something and I got triggered. And that dog immediately tried to put its head in my lap,
Yep.
but he wouldn't do it. And my buddy had to go, "It's okay, go ahead." And he let the dog go and put its head in my lap. And the dog literally put its head right down in my lap, in my crotch, and looked at me with these puppy eyes. And all of a sudden, I forgot everything I was thinking about, and I was back. I was
Yeah.
grounded. I was back in the room paying attention to this dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some other service dogs, when you're triggered, what they'll do is if you're in a public situation and you get triggered, the service dog will take you away from people and it'll take you
Yeah.
to some place that's a little calmer and you come down. And isn't that brilliant? Really, it's fucking phenomenal, right? So Brian, keep me updated. I want to
Oh, I
hear,
will.
yeah, I want to hear everything you got because it costs up to about $20,000. And this is why veterans don't get service dogs, because people don't want to buy into it. But it costs about $20,000. And that service dog will keep you alive and keep you safe.
Keep me
Mm-hmm.
sane.
Keep you
Yeah.
sane. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
consider Toby my therapy cat in that regard because,
Yeah.
like, whenever I'm feeling kind of off, I'll like call out to him and he'll come. He's a cat that when you call his name, or at least me, if I call his name, he'll come to me, and he just
Yeah.
hops up on me, and I can hold him and sniff him and everything else, and it just takes my mind off everything.
Yeah. Well, cats are natural service dogs. They work wonders, but the only problem is you can't take them out of your home.
Yeah.
So this little dog I got here, every night he sleeps in between my legs and he has his head on me all night long, on my leg, and I get the best sleep ever.
That's awesome, Brian.
Yeah.
That's kind of like my cat. But the thing is, like I got lumbar disc disease and I damaged my hip and I fucked up my ankle.
Ooh.
So like I don't sit still in the nighttime. Like I do a lot of tossing and turning, and my cat, for the love of God, he's a service dog. He just wants to get right on top of me and give
Yeah.
me all his love. But like
Same.
I just toss and turn all night, and I can't do that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So I let my cat into the night, and he sleeps with me for about an hour, and then when I wake up to go take a piss, because I got to piss several times in the night. The first time I got to go take a piss, I throw him out because I won't be able to sleep with him laying on top of me while I get a fight with him to pick a comfortable position, right?
Luckily, my cat will adjust to my position. Like I'll roll over, he'll wake up, and he'll just readjust himself to whatever position I'm in. But he sleeps with me all night.
Yeah. Hey, Texas Scent, I hope we're not ignoring you too much. Is your cat named Pongo?
No, that's my dog.
No, that's Brian's dog.
Brian's dog, yeah.
The
Yeah,
half Chihuahua, half Black Lab.
How old's your black lab?
No, the dog's half Chihuahua and half Black Lab.
How the fuck did that happen?
That's a good question. I am hoping the mom was the Black Lab.
Again, how the fuck did that happen?
Evil science experiment, probably.
Mad science.
I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm a farm boy, so I'm kind of thinking along the lines of how you help a stallion with a mare. You know what I mean? It ain't fucking pretty. Yeah.
Hey, knock it
I'll be
off.
right back, you guys.
Your cat's name is BB.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas. You just said something about your kidney problems there. Remind me about that. I got lots to say about that. I'll be back in a second. I gotta take a leak.
Oh yeah, I never announced what I was smoking. Cohiba Platinum.
Ooh.
Or Cohiba Royale, I should say.
Cohiba Red. I have
Smokes
Hey,
wonderfully.
knock it off.
that's good.
Knock it off.
What kind of
What kind of what?
what kind of cat is Bebe, TC?
It's a cat. People don't know the breeds of cat. It's just cat.
Yeah, that's how I am. I'm just like cat. I know Bengal and I know Tabby. That's about it.
Bebe.
Bebe. You just spell it all fancy, L. I read out LOL.
That's why I
You love the way Cohiba smell?
I thought I said Bebe. I'm sorry.
Texas, are you what Texas, what's your name? Texas Scent?
Oriental American, nice.
It's very bouncy and high energy.
Nice. She's an adventurer.
Toby's chill.
Nathaniel.
And you.
Piperman, what's your first name again there, brother?
Bruce.
Me?
Bruce. Yeah,
Oh.
Bruce.
I heard Piper Man. I thought I heard Piper Dan, and I'm like, Piper Dan? This thing, what's going on? And see, when I look at the chat, I'm only looking at words. I can't see you guys. So when you're looking at towards me, I'm just like, who is this Piper Dan guy?
I was looking at Bruce. He got really confused, and I was like, "Do I speak up for him?"
Yeah, thank you, because you kind of made it so I knew that. You guys are, and I'm using
You're
my.
cutting out a bit for me.
I said that me looking down like this, I'm using my bifocals. So
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to see what you guys, because you guys are so small that I was just like having to use the bottom part of my bifocals. You see, I'm old.
I was gonna say they look pretty thick there, so.
Well,
You had a bruised kidney from something, never found out what happened, didn't go back.
It's the new Lieutenant Dan in the paper version of Forrest Gump.
Lieutenant Dan, I can't see through my glasses.
I was passed out meditating on the pain, and I was petting my cat, Bebe.
Texas, are you all fucked up from your military service too, brother?
He never served.
He's just in a bad place.
Yeah.
I totally get that. Pain is pain. You know?
So, like, I can't even see you guys now. I'm only looking at the word. So,
You got to get yourself a laptop.
I had, but it's got a what do you call it? A virus in it, so it's not working right.
You got to
Clicking
give
too
it some
many sketchy
Benadryl.
sites.
What is that?
I said you got to shove some Benadryl up the USB port.
Need something. That's for sure. Need something. But yeah, no. I'm looking into getting more equipment so that I can be able to be on my desktop.
Mm-hmm.
I already have updated microphones and such for like podcasts and stuff. I just need a good camera.
Your cat and your wife keep you alive. Well, that's good. And now you got us.
Yeah.
You know,
You got a whole community.
Yeah. Gotta say, my daughter keeps me alive, man. And I couldn't. She's 6 years old now, and I don't want her to live without a father. That's my motivation for living, you know.
I hear you on that.
Yeah, it sounds weird, but like I said, PTSD and mental health is a motherfucker. But you know, I tell you, having a daughter, you know that. The one thing that keeps me going is just every day I say, you know what? I don't want my daughter to live without a daddy. You
So
know?
I'm going to give you this fatherly advice. My daughter's about to turn 15. The aliens will come and take her at 13.
Yeah, I got a 17-year-old stepson. I've known him since he was 8.
Yeah, I've got 3 boys. So my 2 oldest are with my ex-wife, and 15, and then my daughter will be turning 15 in July, and then my son will turn 13 in August. And then with my current wife, I've got a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Yeah, you got a few spawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how old are you now?
38.
And you had your first child when?
What, 15 years ago? So 23.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how fast time flies, huh?
Yeah.
And you were in the military for that time?
For 11 years. So I had her. I'd been in 3 years when I had her. And so the last 9 years or 8 years of her life, she grew up with me in the military.
Mm.
Texas is a grandpa, and he's only 29.
Yeah, I'm a great uncle. Yeah, yeah. Texas said, yeah. Geez, what's Texas' name? Did I already forget that?
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel. Yeah, yeah, Nathaniel. Yeah, it's. I think this is the toughest part, and I mean, talking with Zach and you guys about a lot of this military stuff and PTSD and the psychology it goes around that. It's been so helpful. It really has. I've been into it for. I've actually had PTSD for almost 20 years now, but I've only been having help for it for the last 9. And Jesus Christ, like I can't put my finger on it. I mean, I think we're getting close, but goddamn, what a fucking ride, right?
Yeah.
And I
And
can't remember.
Texas, I don't know if you're uh, religious or not, but you're right. You got put where you're at for a reason, and it's not up to us to decide why that reason is. It's just to push through it, and eventually you'll make it out the other side.
Just gotta
Yeah,
be patient.
yeah. I second that, Zach. Wherever you find your way, wherever you find your way, you know, that's it. That's it. And many, I don't know if you guys been paying attention to my videos, but like I'm an atheist, but that doesn't mean I don't um I don't I don't have the answer. Nobody knows what's going to happen when we die. And I talked to Zach a little bit about this, but in terms of PTSD treatment, all they give us is psychotherapy and pills, but there's more options out there. One of the options out there is psychedelic therapy. And I did 8 rounds of ketamine treatment. And this was not like me just popping fucking K on my own. I went to a bona fide medical clinic with nurse practitioners and psychologists with master's degrees, right? And this has kept me from killing myself. It will knock out suicide by 100%. And when I went through a lot of this ketamine treatment, um, because of my upbringing, even though I'm an atheist, um, I saw God. God brought me my dead brother, and Jesus Christ stabbed me in the chest with a sword of souls. Right? And you can sit there and go, hey, you're uber religious. Or you can say, hey, what is this telling me? Right? And when God bought me my brother, my God, I met God, and God presented me my dead brother. Do you know what my dead brother told me? My dead brother told me that I'm loved, that I'm doing all the right things. And he hugged me. And in that moment, I knew that I was saved. And it wasn't because of God or this or the other thing. It was exactly what my mind needed me to hear. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to say, hey, I don't believe in God or this, that, or the other thing. You can look at that situation, you can take it whatever way you want. But it was spiritual, it was meaningful, and it kept me alive. And on my deathbed, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. None of us know. But I'm preparing myself to have a conversation with St. Peter about my attitude here on this life.
Mm-hmm.
And when I have that conversation, if I have that conversation, I want to tell St. Peter that I don't care about entering heaven because I already lived a life in heaven. Because we're all capable of living a life in hell or a life in heaven. That's on you,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And after talking to, not even talking, but like, after spending the last little bit, because I got on to Brian from Zach, and it's opened up an entire beautiful world of great people, including Texas Scent. I'm trying to pay attention to your stuff, man. Beautiful things you're saying. Love it. You're on the right track, and everybody here is on the right track. And honestly, this is beautiful. And whether, at the end of it, we get to God or we just return to energy, take your fucking pick. I don't know, but whatever makes you happy, and be happy and focus on that. Focus on the love, right?
Mm-hmm. Focus on what you believe in and not put other people's beliefs down is what I believe in. Because I was agnostic for most of my life. And it wasn't until joining the YTPC and meeting people like Bruce and Saint David and that I kind of like had talks and realized that a lot of the stuff in my life where I've had near misses uh, were because I was saved. And so I consider myself faithful, not religious. I don't follow any practice religion or anything. And I just believe that I should be a good person and a good person to the people around me and try and follow the basic core tenets of most religions is be good to everybody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I say this all the time. I was raised a Baptist. I went to Sunday school. I went to Bible school after regular classes, and I mean, my dad was a scientist. He was a chemistry teacher, high school chemistry teacher, and I think what did me in was I don't know. I was sitting there like, oh yeah, Moses lived to 250 years old and everything else, and I was just like, I'm not buying into this. I'm a man of science, but I'm also very spiritual. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I
trying
can
to pay
understand that.
attention to Project and Texas Scent. I keep forgetting Project is up there too. Project, what's your first name, man? I was just looking at the stuff you were saying, and thanks, man. I think he's got it too. And this, at the end of the day, a lot of what we're doing here is supporting each other. And at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day,
Nice to meet you, Kevin.
Yeah.
I think we're getting it. We're getting it. You know, and we're starting to form our own little groups here. You know what I mean? And this is a good thing. This is a good thing. This is a good thing.
Yeah. It's like a mini YTPC
It's the cool
with the
kids club.
occasional cigar.
Well, for me, you know, the most part, the YPTC is dead, and it's just a matter of like-minded people coming together. You know, like you end up coming into the YTPC, and then you got your subgroups, and that's where you wind up going, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny because I think I came into the YTPC just around the time Trump was going out. And with my wife being American, I was like, look, I don't care. I'm just gonna walk into this like everybody's a good person, and I'll just judge people on, you know, if they don't want to bring up Trump or politics or anything else, then say la vie. This is where I belong, right? Because at that same time, I had to get out of Facebook. I don't do any social media whatsoever. No TikTok, no Facebook, no nothing. The only thing I do is this, the YTPC, YouTube, that's it. Nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to do that for my own mental health. And the reason why I came to the YTPC is because they seem to be a very good group of people that could get along. And we all got together for this, right? The pipe and tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
And then COVID came along. COVID was fine, but it was after COVID, right? And then as soon as January 1st hit of this year, an election year in the US, everything went to shit. It's like just fuck, I can't wait for this election to be over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like just get it over with so we can move past all the nonsense.
Fuck, I'm Canadian. What do I give a shit? Right? But the thing is, everything that happens down there comes up here.
Yeah.
Right? What do you think that whole fucking Ottawa convoy thing was about? That was MAGA in its death throes. Right? Come up here to Canada, cause shit because you lost down there. Fuck you, it's gonna happen again. I'm just gonna nip that in the butt right now.
It's going to be an interesting election, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to politics, and except for what I find in meme format.
I think that avoiding politics can't be had anymore.
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
Bruce.
it's hard.
You can't.
I think there's a lot more to it than just. I think Trump's at the fault of this. I think that things have been starting to get a lot worse. A point of intensity came across at this time. I think that intensity would have come through other people if it wasn't for Trump. I think Trump's just a person that says, you know, I don't.
Panders.
Well, I don't. I think he's just, you know, he had talked about this a long time. In the 80s, he had talked about the pretentiousness of the people that are like the blue bloods and the rich that think that they are entitled to controlling the interests and the attitudes of the masses. And I think that when he talked about it, he didn't talk politely about it. He said things are going downhill, and if it goes down too much, I'm going to step up. Now, he's also a New Yorker, so he's doesn't have a hold of his mouth as much as most people in the United States. So when he says something, he's pretty forward about it. That could rub people the wrong way. Rather than Obama, who is really good at being able to communicate. Very
Mm-hmm.
And so even if he's doing, and he didn't do the greatest job, I voted for him twice, thinking that maybe the second year around, because the first year, the first 4 years, he's like, I'm just working up. I'm just working up to get everything that I've been wanting to do. And so I go,
Yeah.
okay, good. He's got a good intentions. Guy's smooth. He's talking to leaders. He's got, there's a lot of peace going on, a lot of things going on. Uh, but then the second year around, he didn't come through with a lot of things, and I think that that's because his focus was in other parts that those same people that Trump was talking about is kind of slowly baking the people's mind. They're getting control over the communications. They're getting control over the school system, the communications all around to try to maneuver society. And so what happened is you have these groups that worked in. You have New York, you have Chicago, you have L.A., you have San Francisco, you even have Austin, Texas, and these places are what you would even call progressive. But the problem with progressiveness is it works in the cities; it doesn't work in rural areas. When you
Yeah.
have traditional values that's been working for hundreds of years and it's going out of their place, then all of a sudden you got two different groups of people that are coming at each other and butting heads. And so when an argument happens, people just start pointing back and forth at each other and start talking about what's wrong with you, and start actually insinuating things that may not be true.
Yeah.
Try to justify your ideas and your that could be destructive to the others. And when Trump came up, Trump said, "Make America great again." Well, when you're butting heads with people that are the exact opposite of a traditional livelihood, then what you're wanting is you wanting to return back to that traditional lifestyle, and you don't want that threatened. But the progressives look at that and say, America had so many things that were negative in the past: racism, um, sexual, what do they call it? Sexual judgment. A lot of negativity, a lot of bad things that was anti-progressive, and and many things bad in general. Racism is absolutely bad, and so it. What do they call when men are I don't want to say patriarchy, but when they say that men are being sexist, things like that. Those are very real things, especially back when I was a kid. Um, you couldn't marry a person of a different race uh, when I was a kid. It was illegal.
No. God. Yeah. Geez. Good. I
Uh,
like how you brought that up.
yeah, well, no, these are very real things.
Mm.
Um, but so they think that when the progressives here make America great again, they're thinking, let's go back to that kind of crud. But the traditionalists, what they think is we've already gotten past to that point where we have already progressed enough where we don't have to go back to that. Let's go back together to the good stuff where money and finance and lives were solid and reliable. And so they kind of butt heads again because Trump's trying to bring back the finance. He's a big business guy. That's what he means by bringing back America, making America great again. Being able to go out and have a home, own a house, go out there and be able to have food on the table and have Christmas and so on. His business, he's numbers. That's what he's thinking.
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of people want to say, well, he's racist. I guarantee you Trump is not a racist. He may say things ignorantly, but that's what that's what people that don't have a whole lot to do is not everything that they know. They don't know everything, and so when they talk outside of something that they know, eventually they're going to sound ignorant. So he, there are times when he would say, "Oh, that judge can't give me a fair trial because they're Mexican," and then the people that are suing me is Mexican. So some people say that's racist. Other people say, "Well, I don't know these people, so I don't know what he's talking about." And he's just mad. He's just mad trying to justify him having a trial where he loses.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is, for the most part, this man has been known before he went for president to be a big champion of all kinds and helping people. So what's changed is politics, and so now you've got a man who is a threat to these giant company-led, these giant rich woo-blooded people that think it's their right to be able to control the masses and think it's their position. And you got this guy saying, "I'm going to stop these people from continuing that because I don't like it, and we're going to bring back the economy because they want to destroy the economy. Because you control what the economy brings you, then you have no control over your own life." Then he becomes a hero. Then people are going, "I want to go back to the point where I can rely on my traditional values," but they don't see exactly what's ahead of them. And so all you got is just a bunch of people making insults and pointing fingers at each other, whether it's Nancy Pelosi being pointed at, to Trump, to they're all pointing at each other with the same points, by the way, the same talking points with a different flavor. They're just after each other's throats. That's all it is. It's a big, giant political bloodbath, and all the people are caught in the middle. And so the reality is, Trump, without a doubt, got support from China. I'm just going to say he got support from China. Okay? They have proven that there was a group, they were led groups that supported and helped him to get the position of president. Those very same people and those very same groups also created anti-Trump groups and anti-Trump rallies and such. So the minute that he got activated, I read of several articles on this. That was actually like New York Times and such. They literally said they activated those anti-Trumpers just to cause instability. So the reality is, this is a giant circus, and we are in the midst of chaos, and we're at each other's throats because of this giant game of people that are button heads and the power that they have. And the reality is, blaming Trump alone is not the reality. The reality is, you've got people that have control over the communication. You have three major groups in control over the news reporting, and you have a handful. You got Disney controlling a large portion of communication, and all of these people are ran by these upper echelon people, and they're just trying to play a game to get what they want. And there's some groups like the World Economic Forum and the World Health Organizations that are the brain of these people. And they're manipulating everybody to go after each other. And like the Nazi idea or the the Nazi idea was a strategy brought on by communism back in the 40s and 50s. That was a long time. And they said, basically, if something comes down to it, point him out as a Nazi. Well, that's part of the Communist Manifesto. So here's the thing. Most people that are being pointed out as Nazis aren't. There are Nazis, and they are disgusting, and they are terrible people, and I've had to deal with them before, and they're just nasty people. But a lot of those people that are being pointed out as Nazis aren't. They just are wanting stability with their traditional ideas. That's button hell's heads. The progressives want to move forward, and they feel like their plan is moving forward, but they also feel like the traditional people don't like that. And anybody that stands in the way of progressiveness stands in the way of good things, and it's just a big pile of violence and anger towards each other. And it's brought on by all the media. I guarantee you, I watch both sides. I watch both sides, and they say the same thing, but with a flavor that irritates those sides the most. Same exact thing. It's almost like verbatim. And so, when it comes right down to those things, you got to be careful about who you're going to believe, because both these sides are just basically, they're just
God awful.
they're god awful players of the game, and it can just ruin your mind and your heart towards, like, if you don't like Trump, that's fine. I don't care about Trump. I don't care about Trump at all. You know, my point with Biden is, stop putting a blabbling idiot that has been uh, uh, basically a criminal throughout his entire career in front of me and tell me to vote for him instead, because I'd rather have somebody different. But you're not giving me anybody to work with. It's like, I was a Democrat before I started voting for Trump. Why did I vote for Trump? I voted for Trump because I was a part, and my friends were a part of the DNC that year. And the people the way that Hillary Clinton worked was more like Hitler than anyone else in politics. They used the sheriff deputies to manhandle and block the people that wanted. I forget names. He was running for it, and I was going to vote for him. I forgot his name, but he was actually going to win, and that's what she didn't want. So what happened is, she literally forced them from being able to be in the DNC to vote, with violence and arrests. And then the empty seats and now understand that I was connected at that time to actors and film production and so on. So I had my ear to the ground, and so did my friends. They hired actors to get into those plays. Oh, for when people finally got their way in, those actors and such were willing to commit violence against them because they wanted their seats back. And then without that whole thing just was like, why are we arguing? We should be working together and just honestly voting on what we want. And this person is wrongfully using force to stop you from being able to vote for who you want. Now, then later on, they literally not only admitted to cheating, but they had the, what are you going to do about it? So here I am, I'm looking at Hillary Clinton. By the way, I voted for her husband. Okay. I voted for her husband. I voted for, I don't just vote, one way or another. I vote for who's best at the time. I see Hillary, and I see the actions that she committed. And openly, the DNC's like, yeah, we wanted her, and no matter how many people wanted to vote, she was going to. How is this a democracy? How is this a place where we can trust that our will is going to be respected? So then all this stuff kind of started going on, and all this crap, and a lot of people that voted for Trump was just not trusting over Hillary. And I think that the reason I think that you're wrong about people not wanting Trump is because now you got a blabbering idiot that can't make a full sentence, that's been doing terrible and having violence happening in his power. Problems with our finance and everything. And people are just not wanting to have all that chaos happen, especially when they know that things like, the different violence and everything going on is actually supporting his financial, future. And then you got all these different things that just people look at Biden and they like, this is a dishonest idiot. And we just want something better. Who do you think you're going to vote for? You got a blathering idiot that's shown himself to do quid pro quo, admitting it in front of everybody. And then and somebody that's been making basically our country suffer. And then you got a guy who's making a promise.
Hey, Bill Clinton.
So this causes the wrong focus, making it so that I guarantee you people are going to vote for them because they don't really want Trump. Given it has to have a sandwich and a less crud sandwich. You just don't want that more crud sandwich. If you offered me a good dinner, something that can really benefit us as Trump will never make it better, ever.
Yeah,
that's the thing. We want somebody that actually can make a sentence and that we can trust. And I mean, that's the problem. The real problem is everybody's butting heads. Everybody's after each other's throats. Everybody's pointing at each other and making claims of each other's being demons and bad people, when in reality, the real bad people are the people orchestrating that hatred. And I think that it's a very toxic situation that we're all in because everybody just wants to hate each other. And that's a big distraction from the real problem, which is quality politicians, if there is such thing.
So my theory with the politicians, especially with Congress and the Senate, there should be no such thing as a career politician. Mm-hmm. There should be constantly fresh new blood coming in and not hanging around for 30, 40, 50, 60 years.
Exactly. Politicians should be the people, not the other way around.
Yeah.
That's it.
You said a lot, Bruce. There's a lot to unpack there, like an immense amount to unpack. And I'd love to sit down and try to talk to you about, like, point on point to what all this stuff means. Feel free to message me or something.
Let me leave with this. Let me say this. 1982, my father came back from when
I was bored.
Oh, really? My father came back from a quote unquote meeting, a convention. Everything, all the points and all the manipulations and all the things going in there. Manipulations, all the ideas, all the points, all to basically tear down the United States. And was explained to him, and he explained to us. And my father died in 2002 saying, I'm so glad I'm going to die now because I know what everybody's going toward. So those conventions, my father knew some people, really important people. And I would just say that I didn't believe him. I thought, man, that's a crazy lot of stuff that you guys are that you're telling me. And I hoped that it didn't, even in 1998, I was like, I sure hope. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to be okay. And
I
then,
think we're gonna be all right. I think
well,
we're gonna be okay. What I'm trying to get at, Bruce, is like I said, there was a lot that you mentioned that has to be unpacked.
yeah,
Uh, I don't have the cognitive function to remember it all, but a lot of stuff you said, like a lot of your stuff has merit, but there's a lot of evidence-based research and this, that, and the other thing that can help unpack a lot of that.
yeah.
You know, I mean, you're talking about some really heavy, 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 heavy stuff. And I think you're on the right track, and I really appreciate you having this conversation because um, if you don't remember, I think our earliest conversations online, I think Zach can testify this to, was, I don't fucking like you. But now that we're talking and I'm listening to you, I can understand where you're coming from, and we're beginning to mitigate this. So, um, what I'm trying to say is, we're on the right track. I'll just finish with that, right? But there is a lot to unpack there,
Yeah.
especially with Trump and the current political system. And I've caught a lot of flack for this for being Canadian, but
I
I'm
don't.
watching this from the outside.
I think you.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
keep that in mind.
I don't see how being Canadian should give anybody the right to say you don't have a right to an opinion. I
No,
think
no, it doesn't.
nonsensical, demeanment of your opinions. Like that.
No.
But I think
The
that,
best opinions are for people from the outside.
well, but see, that's the thing. A lot of people's opinions are skewed by a lot of things, but
Exactly.
a lot of the,
Exactly.
well, that's what I'm saying is both sides have basically their strings, and everybody's going after each other because that's what they need to do for them to be able to make their plans and do their things. Um, I don't know if you're familiar with the World Economic Forum. Are you
Mhm,
familiar with the World Economic Forum?
mhm.
Okay. So there are some things that they're going in with you know, uh, I want to say biomechanics. That's not the same thing, is it? But I mean, biotechnology and weird things that they're planning on and openly talking about doing. That makes me concerned. Plus, I don't like the idea that they're using global warming to justify uh, a lot of the craziness that they're doing. I think that's a little that what they're doing is they're trying to create uh, fear
Yeah.
and
That's
fear.
that is so much to unpack.
Yeah. Well,
That's a lot.
it's just a lot of things going on, though. You know.
And also remember, birds aren't real. Ronald Reagan killed all the birds and replaced them with CIA drones.
Fucking
Right.
right. Birds aren't real, Zach. Yeah, brother. I love that.
Yeah.
God, I love that.
Yeah. Well, they see that's craziness, rumors, things to be able to create distrust. That's a bad thing. So yeah, there's just the thing about this whole thing is it makes everything look crazy when you talk about the wholeness. But then all of a sudden, when you start looking into it, and they're like, okay, that's a little weird. That's a little funkadelic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like it just makes it. I know that it kind of sounds a little weird saying it out loud, but that's why I didn't believe any of this. On. I was like, you know. But anyways,
This has been one hell of a stream. We went from Star Wars to PTSD to religion to politics, and we're about to hit the 3 hour mark.
yeah, and you know what we failed to talk about?
What?
Type culture.
Pipe culture. This is true.
Yeah.
On our pipe stream, we have forgotten to talk about our pipe and tobacco culture.
It happens.
We go back to this because I don't know, it was Bruce or Brian said, like this is just the our times right now. We're living in a pretty crazy time right now. And how does this stuff not get into the arena?
Yeah.
It's so difficult because I mean we talk about all the time. I've talked about it on my channel, and several prisoners talk about it. Do you guys know Boca de Boynton, Charlie?
I'm not
He
sure.
hasn't.
I didn't really hear fully what you said.
Do you guys know Boca de Boynton, Charlie?
Oh, boy, Charlie, no.
Yeah. So he used to be around for a little bit. He hasn't made videos in a long time because like um a lot of presenters have just dropped off the face of the earth, right? And about the time where this started to get bad again in the YTPC, Charlie came and made a video. And Charlie, he's retired. He's got a boat. He's got a little house down in Florida. He's got a little boat. He goes out fishing. He lives his retired life.
Yeah.
And
Later
very,
project.
very well spoken, right? And the last video
Later
he
project.
made to the YTPC was no politics, no religion, and no sex talk. Right? You keep those three things out of the pipe smoking community, the YTPC, and we'll be gravy.
Yeah.
Right? But the thing is, though, I said early on, what happened?
Yeah.
And it was politics. It was MAGA. It was what's going on down in the United States. It's just so big. It's so huge. People are trying to find their little playgrounds online. And as far as I'm concerned, this is where MAGA survives. And I'm not going to say Republican or Trump, but that crazy MAGA shit, that all survives right here on the internet. And that's what's happened to the YTPC: sex, religion, and politics. And if we just, I got into this in like 2020, like Trump was still in office, and I was like, I'm not gonna care.
Right.
I'm gonna be friends with everybody, and everybody was gravy until COVID happened, and then just
I think that
5 months ago, Trump's got back into it, and then it blew up again.
Well, but I think one of the things that's wrong about not talking about religion or politics, or even about well, I would say sex is why I do sex, but
I'm all in for the sex talk.
but the what I think is that politics, as when I was talking about to Zach, politics isn't something you can avoid because politics really affects our lives. And same with religion. So to say you have to only talk about pipes, you can't talk about politics, you can't talk about religion. Well, what about Peter Piper? What about these people that are like me, who are disciples of Christ, who Christ is a part of their life? Like, you're an atheist, and I get that. But when you have that be such a part of your life, then it's a part of what you talk about. Because a lot of people, when they talk about, when they're having a pipe, they're talking about their lives and their mind, what their thoughts are.
Yeah.
And so I don't think talking about politics, and I don't think that talking about religion is a bad thing in the YTPC. I think that abusiveness, talking
when
about,
you're going after someone else's politics or beliefs,
right,
is what the real issue is.
Yeah,
and that's what's been going on.
Again, it's what I've been saying for the last year. is you can either focus on condemnation or love.
Yeah,
Right?
I think that's a big thing.
Yeah. And but once you focus on the condemnation part, you're gonna get blowback. Like, I have no problem with a religion. I'll pray with you, I'll sit there with you, but the moment you use that religion to go against other people, that's it. I'm done. I'm out. And yeah, I might just, make some
Because
videos about you or something. You know what I'm saying?
I think that when depends on the person, because there's a lot of people out there that take offense to those thin-skinned people that just are offended over everything, and those people are equally responsible for the anger and frustration that gets played into the YTPC.
And there is,
Happens.
like, you got to be able to, like, when I first got into making videos in the YTPC, like, I was motivated by several other presenters. And one of the things I told you was you have to have thick skin,
Mhm.
you know? And, like, since doing these videos, like, I know I got thick skin, right? But it comes to a point, you know what I mean? Like, what the hell are we doing in a pipe smoking community for camaraderie? And you have to have thick skin, like, it just
Define.
doesn't make sense to me. And I know what you're saying. I perfectly agree. Like, how can you not talk about pipe smoking and talk about your own life and everything?
I mean, there's
You
those
know,
those.
it draws a fine line. It
Yeah,
really draws a fine line, right?
yeah. Well, but you got to think about that. Like, there are channels that are highly successful that are just a pair of gloves and a pipe, and those are cool because you get to see those type of pipes and you get to learn who made them, so that maybe you could be able to buy them.
Yeah.
But the main thing about YTPC is YouTube pipe community is without the people in them and their and the humanity they represent, none of those videos exist, and none of the YTPC has any validity because the people are gone. They don't care.
Mhm.
We got to realize. We got to realize that people, if we're going to be a community, have to respect one another. And I think you're saying that. But I also think that there's people that are MAGA that are not the same people you think they are. Like, MAGA in itself is a movement for traditionalists.
Exactly. There's a lot of grifters that operate here.
And those grifters go in and cause problems.
Hmm.
And the thing is, it's like when we see when I watch some of the videos and people think that they're going to get hurt by going in with the Trump rally, and the people are just, hey, do you want a hot dog, or do you want to, hey, how you doing, or come on in, they kind of get kind of shocked because a lot of the people that are in those rallies are just the country guys that just want to be able to have their farm or their small town of traditional life be threatened. That's the reason they're there. It's not trying to be dominating over things that they don't relate to. Now, granted, like Christianity, we do have some things about certain lifestyles that we don't agree with. And so when somebody says something to the fact of a scripture or something of that level, that can be misconstrued or construed as an attack on their lifestyle. But it's not an attack on their lifestyle, it's a pronunciation of what is said in their religious text. So it's not, so when one takes that into offense because their lifestyle is being talked about negatively, which as a Christian, my lifestyle gets talked about negatively all the time. Um, that's where I mean thick skin. Thick skin as to what? The ability to recognize that people have different views and not take so much into offense that you become aggressive towards those people and demonizing them because they just see things differently.
You see, I think a lot of people aren't able to recognize that they can see things differently.
And I
Mhm.
think that's true. And I think
And there's people out here that will manipulate you and bullshit you.
a
And
hundred.
that's kind of the thing that I've been going on. Like I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to knock at you, but there are a lot of gullible people out there that will be manipulated by that for someone else's means.
Right. But the question there lies, who's doing that?
Hmm.
That's where the people butting that because they're pointing at each other.
Yeah.
To then actually stepping back and say, I respect your ideas, but or not even respect. I say I see what you're saying.
Hmm.
I just don't.
Yeah.
And
And what you don't want is you don't want everybody to group be into that same box. You know what I
right.
mean? It's pretty easy to put people into that box when you say I'm a Christian, right?
Well, okay. So when I say Christian, I mean imitator of Jesus. And when I say Christian, I believe in Jesus. In fact, I shouldn't even say that I'm a Christian, but that people do it. I'm a disciple of Christ. A Christian originally a bad word that was derogatory
You
towards
still
people.
awake, Zach?
Now
Oh
he's
yeah, no, I'm just watching this.
but
Oh,
Christian,
it looks like you're falling asleep, man.
a disciple,
No, my eyes just naturally close a little bit.
a disciple of
Sorry, Bruce.
it's okay. A disciple of Christ is one that believes Jesus is the Son of God and pursues that faith. The term Christian means imitator of Christ or like imitation Christ. It was a derogatory originally. So when somebody was called a Christian and they thought that as derogatory, the Christians thought they were accomplishing their goal of imitating Christ and took it in a way that was, oh, thank you. Oh, you're going to hurt me. You're going to like you did Christ. Okay, let's go that way because I'm being blessed by God and I'll be seeing Him. I mean, that's kind of the heart behind it is I've been seen as imitating Christ effectively.
Hmm.
Now they just say I'm a Christian, whatever. But my point is, who is a Christian really? Everybody calls themselves a Christian. Well, I don't think of I shouldn't have said that I'm a Christian because the reality is I don't ever know how well I'm effectively imitating Christ, right? So it's not up to me to say that. Where I where I was going into that direction, what I'm saying is uh, you have to live the life as a disciple of Christ. The goal is to imitate Christ as effectively as possible. So that means that some lifestyles that is deemed sinful can't be embraced. That doesn't mean that those people that live those lifestyles should be harmed. Jesus never did that. Jesus never did that at all. I would be a failure if I said that people that live that lifestyle deserve that. And those people that claim to be Christians and say those people deserve it, they deserve bad things in being a disciple of Christ. But to say that those people represent Christianity, that's why I stepped in and because they don't effectively embrace the heart that Christ had. He didn't.
Yeah,
He,
Bruce, you're cutting out a lot, and I'm having a hard time following you.
okay, my point is just that it's not following Christ if you're constantly attacking people. His full goal was having a relationship with Father God, and so those people that do hate like that aren't good representation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
We
pretty
get
good
what you mean.
analogy, and I appreciate that. That's really good. Yeah.
You know, I have family that is trans, and I have family that is gay, and I straight out just love them because even though I don't share the lifestyle, it doesn't matter because uh, everybody has differences in their mind. Everyone has different opinions and life, but it doesn't give me the right to stop. And so,
Sure. I got a question for you, Bruce. Though you don't have a problem with their lifestyle, but are they going to make it to heaven?
so the question is, what is the time of judgment, right? So a lot of people think hell is a judgment. No, the judgment is, are you going to be welcomed into his? And so what Christianity says is, uh, heaven is God's house. God has these boundaries, and he says, you can't come into my house unless. Hell is the absence of God. So it's not a punishment against these people, but God says straight out, these are my boundaries. If you don't show yourself to respect my boundaries, you're not going to be welcomed into my home. You could, if you show that you can respect me in my house, I will welcome you. But if you don't show yourself to be able to respect me in my home, I can't let you in. So the question then goes, it goes into their court. If a person is going to embrace those boundaries, we are always welcome. What are you going to do? Are you going to respect God's boundaries? Or are you going to do your own thing and show yourself not to respect the boundaries God has set?
Well, don't get me the wrong way, but I would not respect God's boundary and say to heck with that.
And the thing is that
Honestly.
you're not, and that's why I'm not God. Because
Hmm.
I don't like thinking that certain people aren't going to be
Yeah, I
well.
say fuck that.
Well, okay, so under those guidelines, Hitler can come in because Hitler was just a person too, and so are all the.
Hitler's probably in heaven.
I wouldn't say that. I would say that
No, I would, because it doesn't matter what you do on this earth. As long as you ask for forgiveness, you will be accepted in heaven. So
where do
he
you?
could have done all that stuff and he's sitting there in heaven right now.
Okay, but then
But the thing is, though, like me and you don't want to forgive him for that.
yeah, but here's
Right?
the.
That's not up to us. If you believe in that, it's not
Right,
up to us. But you got to understand that he could
right.
very well be sitting up there
If you
right
look,
now.
where do you get your ideas from? Now, people in Christianity and in the Hebrew faith have it through religious texts
Hmm.
from eyewitness accounts. Of course, there are some stories where that's not exactly 100% because Genesis is not a direct translation of an eyewitness account. It's something different. It was a Hebrew stylized story, um, explaining basically on a kindergarten level compared to God's greatness how everything. You've got all these people
Yeah, Bruce, you're cutting out again. I can't. I don't know what you're saying.
because um, it got uh, stating eyewitness account, putting it into text because it's important, reaching out, making memorizations on the line, putting it into context, and you're telling me what your view is.
Yeah, Bruce, you're cutting out too much. I can't. I don't know what you're saying.
The real thing comes.
I think we should stow this for another time when Bruce has a little bit better of a connection going.
Yep.
And
Sounds good to me.
And just remember, as like an end note, people can believe what they want to believe, and I hope that they believe the best parts of people, and to respect each other, and regardless of who you believe, what you believe, who you think you are, we should respect each other just because we all deserve that love.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? Like, Bruce, this is a good conversation. You want to talk to me about it again? We can definitely have this again without everybody else, because I don't know how everybody else appreciates how long this conversation has gone on for.
Yeah.
But no, I highly respect what you're saying, and there's a lot of merit there. But I can definitely talk to you a lot about that. There's a lot more perspective you can put into that. Again, it's a very, very long, drawn out conversation, and I don't have the cognitive ability to remember it all. That's the thing, like. And when you have PTSD and you don't have the cognitive ability, and you start getting into debates and discussions, um, that's where I can start to lose it, and I'll be like, I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
Pretty good.
So, like, I've actually done pretty good here, but the reason why I've done pretty good here and I've been able to have this conversation is because it's been respectful, right? And that's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's the biggest part about this is everything has been respectful.
Yeah.
We have two people with two different beliefs that are being able to have a forum.
Round two.
And
round two.
have a proper forum and on Brian's Live, and I hope that we can continue this dialogue in the same manner, because it's when people start the name calling and just shutting down the conversation, that's when things get ugly. And I feel blessed to have been a part of this conversation, to see Stamper and Bruce talking to each other. That was something else. And I'm glad that you guys are able to keep it civil. And
that was something else.
So Nate brings up a really good point that I want to bring up right now. Yeah. He says respect others, but also disagree with each other and argue our cases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By putting perspectives and reasoning, not by yelling at each other and calling each other names.
Yeah. And you know what? Honestly, guys, you get back to the pipe smoking. Like, smoking your pipe helps a lot. Like it. Mm-hmm. I've been accused a lot of not listening to people, and I would say that's true. And in this last several years that I've been smoking a pipe, they say, what's the adage? I'm not even sure if I'm going to get this right, but it just makes a fool to listen. You know what I mean? Put a pipe in your mouth and just sit back and listen, and that's pretty much what I'm doing. Just putting my pipe in my mouth, smoking my pipe, and listening to what other people say. And honest to God, I don't think I could have it any other way.
I think I think that's I think there's no way for people to create quality reasoning and decision making without having it where both sides and people can give their true perspective without repercussion.
Yeah, and you know what the other thing too is, I tend to swear like a sailor, except for when I'm smoking my pipe. I don't know why that is, but man, I curse and swear all the time, and especially when I'm angry, you know, it's just. But when I got a pipe in my hand, I tend to keep the foul language to a minimum.
Yeah, yeah. One last note: has anybody heard from 2 a.m. in the patio, Onion?
I haven't heard from him in a long time. I wasn't even sure if he was still making videos.
I think his last video was 2 weeks ago, and he was making the statement that he planned a lot more to come, but then stopped. And I'm wondering if he's okay.
I don't know. You'll have to try to maybe make a shout out or something, see if he responds.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned for him. But then again, he could have gone off and had a great 2 weeks vacation. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about people unless they're a month out. Like the people that I follow, like you begin to understand people's habits, and when they start to get out of their habits, they're like, what's going on here? You know.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it a lot lately, and a lot of it is just, you know, there's a pretty large turnaround in the YTPC. Like I can't even keep up with all the new presenters and people that are here and all this. I'm still stuck in like, I don't know, 5 years ago and who I originally started with, and I'd say maybe God, I don't know, there's not very many of them left.
Yeah, I consider almost knocked my ass straight off my desk or off my table. I consider I started in February-ish, but I consider myself in the same class as Bruce. And even though Brian is brand new, the class goes by like kind of like the year. And I'm hoping we're all able to, stick together, keep things going, and be the next generation.
You're actually I am, Zach, as far as presenter.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, like you're the one that got me as to presenting stuff.
Yeah,
that's all on you. Everybody,
yeah,
you.
And you know the other thing though too is with the way things are going. I don't know if you guys have followed some of Fighting Pipes videos, but Fighting Pipes made a really good point of like. It wasn't in one of his videos. It was one of the comments. Someone had asked him in the comments, says, hey, who would you recommend in the YTPC? And he pretty much said, I can't. Why would I recommend someone who I don't really know, who might turn out to be a shit pump, and then they're going to come back to me and say, why the fuck did you recommend this person? Right?
Yeah.
I don't know how many times that has happened to me in the YTPC. I'm following someone like, hey, go check out this guy. I'm like, yeah, I'll go check out this guy. And then I get in on his stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like, I fucking hate this guy. I'm out of here. You know what I mean?
It's pretty.
And that's one thing. But the worst thing is having, to sit there and subscribe to all these people who go, hey, you should go check out this guy, and it's like, no, I hate this guy. And the next person goes, check out this guy, and they're like just telling me to go back to the same people I hate, and eventually it's just like I start unsubscribing from everybody because I can't stand the people you're recommending. So if you're gonna be here, don't recommend anybody. Yeah. And I know that sounds weird because I'd love to recommend Sapper, Zach, and some other people, but I'm not going to sit there and go see Zach. Because then all of a sudden, Zach, all of a sudden might be like, I'm a religious wingnut, and I'm going to fucking say I hate faggots and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I just recommended this guy and got a bunch of people on his channel. And not only do they hate him, but now they hate me.
Yep.
Because I made these assumptions that I knew Zach.
Well,
right? And I'm not saying Zach person. I'm just saying him as an example because he's here in this Zoom right now. But that's kind of how I view it. And Fighting Pipes, he made that statement in one of his comments. I went, yeah, bang on. Like, just maybe not recommend people. Just sit back and make little, you know,
recommended. Not sure.
subconscious, quiet little references. But to recommend people, that's risky. That's risky business in our community.
Yeah, I would recommend Armchair. I mean, Armchair's pretty harmless.
Yeah. God, what the hell? And he's a Vietnam vet.
Yeah, but that yeah, that goes to kind of like that old fable about Mr. Neighborhood.
I'll be right back.
They used to have a rumor about Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood being a Vietnam sniper and having all those kills. And it's really like, why don't you just have a little love in your heart there? It's like
as he pulls the trigger.
Yeah,
I love you.
I'm gonna put a little heart. I'm gonna put a little love in your heart. Right? No. Well, I hope that I didn't just like, kind of make the conversation weird.
No.
It's an odd, weird kind of things that's going on, and I just feel, yeah, it's an odd bunch of things. But I think absolutely, if we could just talk about things and not go after each other.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why if you look at my description of my channel, it's a place where we check our offended button at the door and have grown-up conversations.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but to have grown-up conversations, you have to have grown-ups in the chat room.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of people just aren't grown up here. And that's what I've become to realize. And I think you gotta for my own, I'm going to say it's weird, professional development is to understand that, you're going to have those people and you're going to have to be able to deal with them. And if you can't deal with them, you probably shouldn't be on social media.
Exactly.
I think that's right. We just have to be able to reason out because there are people, there are people in different channels out there that are all politics and everything, and they present themselves as professional, almost as if they were on a news broadcast show or something. And they're really just one-sided, not really having those conversations with the other side. And it's on both sides they do that. And it's like, how are we ever going to have communication if our people that represent those sides never do it on that professional level? Like, that's just never good. We're just going to end up arguing all the time because nobody has good leadership.
Yeah.
And that's sad because I really don't want, it's like I said, I've been raised, I lived most of my youth and my young adult life in San Diego and right around the border. So where I was living was surrounded by all different cultures, from Africa to Philippines to Mexico to white people, whatever. And so I was never really raised. It's kind of alien to me. Racism was pretty alien to me until I was in the Army, where I was in the South going through training. And that's when I first experienced that level from both sides.
Right.
And that was a great eye opener. But from my heart, I still don't see any reasoning with that. And the same goes with other parts of human cultures. I just don't think that hatred or hurting people is just the best way, if we can avoid it. If somebody tries to plow you through or try to hurt you, you got to defend yourself. If they try to do the same thing to the people you care about, you should defend them. You know, you got to protect them to the best of your ability. But when
Yeah, it's like what Nathan just said. The only thing any of us are experts in is our own opinion.
yes,
And even then, sometimes our own opinion is the opinion of someone else.
right. And
Yeah.
the only the only thing any of us are experts is in our own opinion. Even there's a lot, yeah. Um, so I'm just not normally the person that wants to go after anybody, but I don't want to be a part of anybody that's going to do that as well. Um, there, you know, there's our Francisco, who they're jokes, right? They're jokes, but that's insult comic jokes.
Yeah.
That's like that's where the thick skin has to come in, because then you get somebody like that that really doesn't like, he doesn't want to create, well, maybe.
Oh God, no! Francisco is the one. I haven't even banned Harrelson. The only person I've ever had a ban for my channel was Francisco, and it's only because, like, we got so intense in our banter against each other that it was drawing completely away and scaring everybody else off my channel, that I had to be like, hey, I gotta stop this. Then he's gone.
Yeah, and that's what I'm basically saying is, you know,
Ban Francisco.
when you got
The
that,
legend, hey?
all that fun, can't have peace.
Uh,
Yeah,
That's
Francisco's like our little troublemaker.
he is.
yeah, well, like I had to deal with him. I had my suspicions, but after I talked to you about him, it was like, okay, I know exactly who this kid is and where he's going, and what he really needs is some really good positive influence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we give him. We're like, that's our Francisco. Like,
Yeah, I know. I want to give it back to him every time he opens his mouth to me.
and he knows it. That's why he does it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But as far
So,
as intent to harm, it's not something that I have. And you know, we don't have to agree on everything. We just coexistence. It's acceptance of the.
yeah, it is. As long as you're not getting on the whole fucking hate bandwagon, and that's been my whole shtick. You know what I mean? Is just what's been going on. Just
And
don't
Yeah.
get on that shit.
much
You
of it,
know?
too much of it.
It's ridiculous. I came into this community and well, like I said, I was totally fine. Like there was a lot of people here that were God-fearing people. I had no issue with it up until Harrelson came along and his condemnation and hatred and just
I think he's trying to
I
find
couldn't, I couldn't, I couldn't help myself, and it's gotten to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm having a little bit of an obsession because he's giving me too much ammunition, and I can't pass up on it.
Yeah, and that's what I saw too. That's the reason I don't want that kind of please forgive me for saying it, but it's the only word I know, toxicity
Yeah,
in my life. When you go after each other and you just can't help it,
yeah,
got to keep doing it. It just becomes dangerous to be around.
yeah,
It can affect
yeah,
you.
yeah. And, like everything I've done, a lot of people, a lot of my feedback, I tell a lot of people all the time, like, this is my way of protesting,
Mm.
right? Which is my right, which is my freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And it's awfully funny that, a lot of people have come to be like, oh, you're slandering him and blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there going like, have you guys ever actually had to sue anybody? Because I have. And I did it successfully. And even though I did it successfully, it's not fun. And this is after even consulting several lawyers who told me, like, you don't want to go this route. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've gone the route of slander and everything. I've been slandered to no end. And this is kind of the shitty part about being on disability, is that when you're on disability, um, uh, I, I, I saw some lawyers over something that happened to me here about 2 years ago. Greg Tunnel likes to tell people about this because I posted my video on my YouTube channel of me yelling at people over this, and the only reason why I took it down is because I said my first and last name in this video, and when I decided I was going to go after Harrelson, I didn't want my full name published, so I took it down so that way they wouldn't know I was Scott so and so, and be able to what I call open source intelligence me, right? Because in the military, I told Zach this. I was training to be I was a criminal intelligence coordinator, and I was getting into criminal intelligence, and I was going to be I was going to work for the National Counterintelligence Unit, where my job was to interview, interrogate, and charge spies for the Canadian Forces. So I know how to root out a liar, and like I just don't put up with the shit. I've been around the block professionally, right? And it's kind of like Flat Cat Piper and Lady Fire. They're all out lying to everybody. And for me to sit there and watch this happen, it almost blows my mind. Like I want to sit there, I want to scream at everybody like, they're fucking lying, right? And when someone is screaming at you, they're fucking lying, that's an indication that you're telling the truth. And when they're beating around the bush, they're lying, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not hard, but
Oh,
I'm on the floor.
We lost him.
My pancreas.
My pancreas.
So yeah, I catch a lot of flack on the internet, and there's a lot of assumptions being made about me, but I'm pretty confident. I know where I'm going with shit. And when it comes to slander and all this, the lawyer told me straight up that because I'm on disability, he told me, like, Scott, you've proven liability. However, you'll spend $20,000 to go to court. That's how much it costs to sue someone in Canada. Wow. And you'll win, but the judge will render your damages diminutive because you're on disability, and you will get nothing.
Yeah.
They'll pay for your legal fees, but you'll wind up with nothing at the end of it. Yeah. He says, do you want to go to court and wind up with nothing? I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm like, hey, what if I do go back to work? What then? And then he said, well, the defense will argue that 95% of people on disability don't go back to work, and your damages will be rendered diminutive. Right? Yeah. So anyway, this whole bullshit with Flat Cat Piper and Lady Fire, I've got them by the fucking balls. It's just, I won't get anything out of it.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? If I was actually working and had a job and they said all this shit about me in public, they're fucked. Not only are they fucked because they all thought I was a homosexual, right? And gay bashed me. Like, my sexuality had nothing to fucking do with it in the first place, but fucking expose them who they were. And if I go to court and I'd be like, they were gay bashing a protected group of people, what do you think the court's going to say? Right? And on top of that, I know the case laws and the law in Canada, and I had to look up the case laws and the laws down in Florida where Raphael and Lady Fire live.
Oh, yeah,
and guess what? It's actually easier for me to sue them than it is in Canada. So much easier. It's not even funny. And in fact, they actually have laws in Florida protecting groups of people like homosexuals. So by them doing what they did, actually gives me more grounds to sue them other than just slander. And it's just crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And I can't believe that they went to this extent to protect their reputation. And it just goes to show that they're nothing but a bunch of piece of shit grifters. You know, that's all they did. And you know what? They got like 3,000 subscribers. I've been following Raphael and Lady Fire. We've been friends for years. And we've exchanged emails. Talked about veterans issues to no end. And this is what makes Raphael such a piece of shit, is that he acts like he doesn't even know me and says that I pretended to be a homosexual. And it's like, fuck you, you lying sack of shit. And I'm sorry, but that is exactly where I'm at. And it hurts me to no end to watch the majority of the YTPC sit there and support him, because at the end of the day, they're being duped.
Mm.
And like, I was a police officer, you know?
Yeah.
And you don't fucking lie to people like me. You don't lie to me. You lie to me, you lose all credibility. That's it. And it's just crazy that people don't even give a shit. That's why I made that video. Like, hey, this community is a fucking cult. It's crazy.
Well, I think that unfortunately, I think it's like any other part of the society, there's always going to be cliques.
Yeah.
That's everywhere. I think that that's the tribalism of the human condition.
Yeah, exactly. Tribalism. Yeah. And
that's
that's what the
I mean-
YTPC has turned into, is it's a tribe, right? And
Yeah,
the
it's
thing
like
is,
I have my tribe, which is, you know, the Sapper Piper Pipe Club.
Yeah.
Or technically
Yeah.
the Sapper Piper Smoke Club that I changed
Yeah.
it to, but it's
The
always going to be the Sapper Piper Pipe Club.
the
But
affection.
like that's our clique. Like what I try to bring in the calm-minded
Yeah.
people. And we don't have to be necessarily like-minded, but the calm people that you can have conversations with.
Yeah. Well, I think that talking about these kind of things do create, an understanding. But I think the great thing about being in the Discord is not having that intensity, just having that space. I guess you could say safe space.
Yeah. Safe space is a big word nowadays, and a lot of people like to shit on it, but I could go on all day about safe spaces and what that actually means.
Yeah. I think that's what I mean is a place where they know that they're not going to get that stress level.
Yeah.
Even the thought or the idea of trusting one another in that group is not even a problem, because we know that we're not a part of that drama. Like,
Well, you said, I just want to stop you for a second. You said trust, right? Trust in the group. I think that's what did me in, right?
well, I think that the actions that was toxic is what we're concerned about.
Mm.
You know, when with that Lady Fire, with all the kind of stuff, it's just like all of that is exactly what we're not wanting to be around. And like you said yourself, you actually went all in on it, and that is where we're like, I don't know. It's because they're just that level of toxic action is why it's not that we don't want you to be well, or that they don't want you to have a place for you to have that experience for yourself. It's just that they don't want that threatened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's right. Threatened, right? Yeah.
And that's the thing is when you, like you said it yourself, when you go in that direction and it becomes so intense, right? It, it's not good.
No.
And so when I made my video about this, the incidences and all that kind of stuff, when I said get help, it wasn't that I never thought that I was better than you, only that I didn't, you should get some help so that people don't well. And you've talked about getting help. You talk about going and doing those things, which is good. You've been doing it probably before even, I knew of you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's right. And that's kind of the assumption part that's rolling here, right?
it's only the danger, not necessarily assumption.
Mm-hmm.
So when your actions are the way they were, the concern then becomes for the safety of a good group, that they're that they don't, somebody that shows themselves to be that way could threaten. And it's up to Zach, really. Zach, I'm sure, is getting frustrated with you not being in the group because you're his friend and you're good. You're being nice right now for absolute sure. But it's like you said, you don't really know each other.
Exactly.
We don't
Exactly.
know each other, so these
Yeah.
are justified in just wanting to have a place where they could be like Zach provides,
Yeah.
with a place where they don't have to worry about that drama or that energy or that threat.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to say that you deserve that at all. I'm literally saying we actually talked about you before and what we want from you or with you. And the what we wanted with you is that you find the peace and the help and the group and the things that we had. You see what I'm saying?
Test project.
You
Yeah.
know, and
Yeah.
that's we never said anything so much as that that we hope that you got help, but we just don't want that threat. That's all that it really ever said, is that we just don't want that type of toxicity.
Yeah. And that's a really good way of putting at it. Um, and now that we're having these conversations, these are the conversations we're going to have, and I wish we could have these conversations almost a year ago. Because trying to have these conversations while you're trying to go back and forth through the comment sections, it's difficult, right?
Mhm.
And you don't know
I was
what people are saying. You could read someone's message and you have your own assumption about what they're saying, and that is the tough part, right?
Yeah, you
It's
can't read
difficult. It's
emotions
this
in
is tough.
text.
Yeah,
You can only create emotions in text.
yeah,
Your head.
Mhm.
yeah.
Well,
Exactly. Right? Your head is being imprinted in your comments, but yeah, I totally I can get that.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
that, time will tell. Time heals all wounds. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah. And
and I
the funny thing is, like I said, Flat Cat Piper and Lady Fire, like we got along, like we were friends for the longest time. And this is kind of where my whole thing on the YouTube thing came along, was we don't really know who we are, you
yeah.
know?
Well,
Because like I said, yeah, Raphael and I, we've had some pretty long conversations. And this
yeah.
is what just disturbs me, that it went this far, and it just I
Well,
really regret it. I
it,
really regret it. And at the end of the day, one of the people that I blame for a lot of this division is Greg Tunnel,
I
and a
think
lot of the shit that he's said and done and twisted. And I'm pretty sure, like I walked into this thing with Lady Fire and Raphael, knowing kind of full well that Greg had been whispering in their ear, because I've been sitting there watching them just suck up to Greg for what, almost a month or two prior to the pipe show. And then they went to the pipe show, and then this unfolded, and all of a sudden, here I am talking to Lady Fire and Raphael when we had that conversation that went south.
Yeah.
She was literally going, Greg Tunnel, come in, help me. You were right about Stamper.
Right.
And I'm going, shit.
Yeah. I
You
think
know, like, who's
I-
your influence?
that you
Right?
both had created that intensity between you guys.
Yeah, there was already an intensity that was already there, and people don't realize that when
Yeah.
I started making videos in the YTPC, it was because I was encouraged by other presenters. The first thing they said to me was, just fucking pick up your phone and make a video.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just be yourself. And that's what I did.
Yeah.
And then
Yep, Kevin, good night.
just as I made that switch and I was going to go from lurker to, hey guys, here's my face, here's Stamper, here's who I am.
Right.
Friggin' Tunnel Take came out and started shitting on people. And one of my first videos was literally about Greg.
Yes,
Right?
there. I wasn't there at that time. I was.
Yeah.
That was
Well, that's the thing. A lot of people, they just go on, and I did the same thing. Raphael said, hey, go subscribe to Greg Tunnel. He's this awesome guy with a church warden. And I went, right on. And I spent 2 weeks on Greg's channel. And you know what the first thing that cracked me up was seeing him show up at a gun range wearing a fucking ghillie suit.
Ghillie
And I
suit?
laughed my ass off.
Really?
And I'm like, dude, you're on a gun range. I mean, anybody that's going to walk past you is going to laugh their fucking hole off. 2, what are you doing? Living out your sniper dreams, shooting at paper targets? And even then, I was like, okay, cool, dude. You like to go to the range. You like to shoot guns. I like to shoot guns. You and me can be friends. But then, like, shortly after that, he got on a gay bashing rant, and I was just like, fuck you.
Yeah. I'm not. I mean, as far as a ghillie suit, I mean, maybe he was being silly on person. He's a pretty silly person.
He's a dipshit. I'm pretty sure he goes to the range and pretends to shoot fucking live out his fucking army dreams because we didn't have the balls to join. That's Greg Tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fucking
As
give
far
him any credit there. That's for sure.
I have no idea about it
Oh
because
God.
I just was.
Sean Devious Piper was like, hey Greg, what military service do you have? Show me your credentials. And he sent Sean smiley faces. And it was like, yeah, fucking stolen valor piece of shit. Like, calls himself a soldier all day long. And you think he was in the military, but not a fucking day, and never would even have the balls to join the military.
I don't know. I can't. I was never part of any of those stuff that you guys went
I
through.
know, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't go back and look to see what was said, right? And it's like Harrelson.
And that wasn't even.
Yeah.
What I was concerned about. It was the current things that I had seen. That was after that.
Yeah.
As far as Greg, I mean, I know I've known people in the South like that, so I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, bashing like that, I don't agree with.
Yeah. Well,
like,
I don't know where Greg lives, and you're talking to me about he's from the Southland or whatever. I don't know.
Right.
But he makes himself look like a total chump.
Yeah,
especially among military veterans, like a total fucking chump.
Yeah, I can tell that you definitely, even now, you're getting really angry. And I don't want to bring that out in you because I want you
I appreciate you noticing that.
Yeah. I was just about to intervene.
Yeah, it's time to switch the conversation.
Yeah, because that's getting to you and that's triggering those. I don't want that for you.
Yeah, there's a long history there, and it just it snowballed, right? Like it snowballed. It started with Tunnel Take, and then Harrelson came along, and then Flat Cap and Lady Piper, but they've been getting on with Harrelson and Tunnel Take and just
Yeah.
created a really nasty little thing within the YTPC, and that's what I wanted to try to, like, originally, like, I was trying to bring this up with Flat Cap Piper Lady Fire, and the way I approached this was um, I had abandoned pretty much Flat Cap and Lady Piper because their channel was monetized, and I didn't want to support anybody that had a channel that was monetized, especially in this pipe smoking community.
That's
So I
smart.
unsubscribed, and I would just kind of duck in, take a look at their channel, take part as needed, right? But then as soon as uh, you know, Harrelson and the community, like the community went bonkers right around January, right?
Okay.
And
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 I don't.
so anyway, they geez, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm sorry, guys. This is just part of PTSD and stuff.
Yeah, because
I'm getting tired. But anyway, they
yeah,
first it was Tunnel Take, and then it was Harrelson, and they all kind of banded together, and then January 1st came along, and it just turned into a shit show,
yeah.
and it's just like,
I'm not that. I think I started with the YTPC, not even a presenter, just a commentator.
you
And end of August, right around August of last year. So as far as like all that stuff, a little bit
yeah,
for me, but if it bothers you this much, let's just not have that. Let's keep him out of your life.
yeah, and that's a huge part of it. And you're wondering why am I dealing with this? Well, one, my wife is American. My
Mhm.
children are going to have a dual citizenship and might live down there someday. But my big deal with it, I guess, part of it is, again, politics comes into this, and I don't want to be involved in anything. Like I said, I got out of social media completely, and my only social media home was the YTPC.
Yeah.
That was it. And to me, my home was threatened by these people.
Mhm.
And not only I was threatened by these people, but being an ex-cop, and
Yeah.
you guys, I don't know if you've ever been involved in a fraud investigation or ever had fraud happen to you, or how way people scam you and so forth.
Kind of. Yes.
That's happening here,
Yeah.
and I care, and
Yeah.
that's why I stood up and made these
Plus,
videos and took such a stand. And people were like, "Oh, you're obsessive, this, that, and other thing," but I
yeah.
care about the YTPC because this was my last social media home, and without this, I'm pretty much done with the internet and social media. I might as well just,
Yeah.
I'm going to live in a bubble.
I noticed that thing, especially about the, what do they call
Yeah.
it? For YouTube, it has a takes what you are interested in and just starts offering. They call it the program for them that know you're interested in this thing, and then they just kind of give you all that stuff. Algorithm. Thank you.
Algorithm, yeah.
Like
And yeah, it's a part of the problem too, isn't it?
it's a
You
huge
know?
when you get into that toxic level, right? And then all of a sudden you're using these terms and everything, and the algorithm picks these up, and then all of a sudden you're surrounded by all this stuff that feeds into that idea of how terrible all these people are, and it feeds into making you feel that, and then you getting triggered like Greg did. It's like you just getting triggered, and then so that algorithm thinks that it's providing a service to give you what you want, but really what it is it's feeding the toxicity that's going inside you.
Yeah.
And then what that goes on from there is you feed back into it because you're like blah, 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 and then it takes that and it goes, oh, you like it even more, and then
Yeah.
you're surrounded by a bubble, like a reality that's not real. about these terrible things, and then fear and all this stuff just kind of feeds into more and becomes a toxic level of just a big pile of
Yeah.
alcohol.
Yeah, and this is where like education comes into play. We need to have like stronger educational systems to be able to kind of counteract this, and
Yeah, but the thing
you know what I mean.
there,
There's a lot. There's a
there
lot. Like we need like online awareness courses. You know.
yeah. Well, that's why I do like that there is homeschooling, because actually you can take charge of that. But then some
Yeah,
people
but when you have homeschooling, you're gonna wind up with people on the internet calling Canadians faggots. So
don't understand that. As far as Canada is concerned, there's a
Blame it on South Park.
but as far as I've always been concerned, like Canada's always been someplace that's good. I don't think on YouTube I've ever heard anything negative other than like South Park comedy. Or
Yeah,
that,
but South Park, that's just funny.
yeah, because that is
I mean, Iraq invaded Canada, man. That was awesome. Saddam became our leader.
satire. But actually in YouTube, I see more positive representation by Canada than I do. And so when somebody says about Canada like that, granted, I'm not looking out for a fight with anybody. That's not my thing. But I don't try to support that either. I'm just like, what, you don't like a style of pipe? Canadian, you don't like Canadian pipes? What are you talking about? Like, it's a little bit weird for me, to be honest with
That's strange.
All right, gentlemen, we're at the 4 hour mark, and I got to get in and get to bed because I got to get up in the morning.
you. One quick thing. I love Michael J. Fox. Okay, well done. I love Michael J. Fox.
Brian,
All
thank
right,
you for
see ya,
hosting
Brian.
this.
Thanks a lot
Yep.
for having us.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Scott, Bruce, thank you guys for having such civilized conversations. Hope we can continue this in the future.
Yeah,
Yep.
reach out to me anytime, guys, and yeah, we'll have this again.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care.
Guys, take care. Bye.
See you guys.